He stood in the doorway of his own bank, staring down at the young woman kneeling before him, frantically trying to scrub the dirt off his expensive leather shoes. The scene was harsh and humiliating, but this was exactly how the banker wanted it, to display his power, to make it clear to everyone that he, Edward Litvinov, was used to controlling people and their fates. His voice was cold and commanding. "Do it properly, Annie," he sneered. "If you're planning to marry my son, you'd better learn to follow your future father-in-law's requests." The young woman, Annie, kept her eyes down. She knew that if she looked at Edward Litvinov for even a second, she wouldn't be able to hide her tears or her rage. For her, this wasn't just humiliation in front of the bank's employees and random visitors. It was an unbearable blow to her pride. But she had no choice. Her fiancé, Arthur, stood nearby, pale and visibly shaken, trembling with his own powerlessness to stand up to his father. It was for her love for Arthur that Annie endured this. She bit her lip to keep from snapping back. "Dad," Arthur started, stepping closer. "Maybe that's enough." "Shame on you." Edward Litvinov cut him off, his gaze dripping with paternal disdain. "You're the one to talk about shame? Marrying a girl without a penny to her name? If you were a real man, you wouldn't let your fiancée toil away in some cheap diner. Who's stopping her from getting a decent job? She's chosen to be a nobody, so now she has to prove she's worthy of your hand." He nudged her slightly with his foot to get her attention. "Annie, try harder. I want these shoes to shine." Edward's loud words drew curious glances from the people in the bank's lobby. Some whispered to colleagues. Others raised their eyebrows in surprise. Most understood that this wasn't just about dirty shoes or Annie's supposed lack of manners. They knew Edward Litvinov's character all too well. He thrived on control, and asserting his dominance was paramount. Few, however, could fathom why a girl from a modest background, with strikingly sincere eyes, would agree to such a public spectacle. Annie finished cleaning one shoe and moved to the other. Inside, she felt a storm brewing, a mix of rage and wounded pride. She didn't look like someone who would simply accept humiliation. "I have to be strong," she thought. "I can't show weakness now, but I won't let myself be trampled in the future." At that moment, she lifted her head and met Arthur's gaze. He looked as if he were suffering just as much as she was, his eyes pleading. "I'm sorry I can't protect you right now." Annie understood. She was ready to fight for her happiness, but she was done dancing to this cruel man's tune. "Enough," Annie said, standing up. Her words were quiet but firm. "What do you mean, enough?" Edward snapped, glaring at her. Annie met his gaze. Instead of running off in tears, as everyone expected, she handed him the brush. "Finish it yourself, Mr. Litvinov. I don't owe you anything anymore. In fact, you're fired." She spoke the last sentence with such cold confidence that the lobby fell silent. Bank employees, security guards, and even random clients froze in shock. Fired? How could a former waitress from a roadside diner fire the owner of a bank? Annie didn't look at the onlookers. She seemed to be addressing Edward alone, her tone carrying a steely resolve no one expected. "What?" was all the banker could muster, blinking as if trying to ensure he hadn't misheard. The silence grew thick like molasses. The whispers that had filled the room moments ago stopped. Arthur stepped closer, instinctively taking Annie's hand, stunned by her words. "Annie, what do you mean?" he murmured. Annie stood her ground, her eyes locked on the man who was used to keeping everyone in fear and submission. Everyone in the lobby felt it. A new chapter was beginning, especially for Edward Litvinov, the once all-powerful banker who thought he was untouchable. This was the start of an open conflict, rooted in the personal struggles of each character. To understand how Annie found the courage to stand up to him and how she could claim the right to say, "You're fired," We need to go back to the events that brought this young couple to the brink of collapse and led Edward Litvinov to publicly humiliate Annie, setting the stage for what seemed to be the downfall of his impeccable reputation. Annie and Arthur met by chance at a small diner on the outskirts of the city. Annie worked there as a waitress, living modestly in a rented room in an old building. Her parents had passed away years ago, and she'd been fending for herself ever since, dreaming of becoming successful, not necessarily wealthy, but secure enough to not count every penny and live with confidence in tomorrow. Arthur, on the other hand, was the son of a prominent banker in the city. Unlike his father, he didn't flaunt his family's wealth or status, though everyone knew his father ran one of the city's largest banks. Arthur was studying to become a lawyer, but had no intention of taking a cushy job in his father's empire. He wanted to forge his own path, driven by his own values and ideas, which often clashed with his father's expectations. For Edward Litvinov, this was a sore point. He wanted his son to follow in his footsteps, to become the same ruthless, cynical businessman he was. Tensions between father and son had been simmering for years. One day, Arthur was at the diner, drowning his frustrations in coffee and talking quietly on the phone with a friend. Annie approached his table with her usual warm smile and asked if he wanted anything else. There was kindness in her voice and eyes, and though he'd only ordered a cappuccino, he was still hungry. When he ordered a sandwich, a brief conversation sparked between them. On a whim, Arthur invited her to sit at his table while the diner was quiet. He just wanted to talk to someone unconnected to his father's money or their constant family conflicts. Annie hesitated, glancing around to see if it would anger her manager, but the diner was calm, so she sat across from him, keeping a polite distance. "Doesn't it seem odd to chat with a waitress?" she asked with a smile. "This doesn't happen every day." "Maybe it's odd," Arthur replied, "but today I don't care what anyone thinks. Do you often talk to customers, or only the really sad ones?" She laughed. "You look like you could use some company." Arthur studied her. He was usually wary of people, suspecting many wanted to befriend him only because of his father's wealth. But Annie's sincerity shone through. Her modest clothes and demeanor made it clear she wasn't after his money. For the first time in a while, he felt a sense of trust. That's how their connection began. Arthur started visiting the diner more often, accidentally timing his visits to see Annie. She greeted him with the same gentle smile, and he didn't hide that he was happy to see her. One evening, as her shift ended, he offered to drive her home. Annie hesitated. She didn't have a car or enough money for a cab, and riding with a near stranger felt risky. But she saw no malice in Arthur's eyes, only kindness, and she was exhausted. She agreed, and that evening ride marked the start of their genuine friendship, which soon blossomed into mutual affection and, eventually, love. They spent time together, driving around, walking in parks, and talking about books and movies. The more Annie got to know Arthur, the more she realized he was nothing like his father. He appreciated the beauty of simple things and valued honest relationships. He often asked about her life, her dreams, and her plans, offering advice. She shared her struggles, how hard it was to afford rent, how her lack of formal education limited her job prospects. But Annie never asked for money or took advantage of Arthur's generosity. He offered to pay for additional schooling, but she firmly refused, determined to achieve everything on her own. Arthur admired her pride and strength of spirit. At the same time, he grew increasingly frustrated with his father, who repeatedly told him he was associating with the wrong people. When Edward learned Arthur was dating a girl from a poor family, he flew into a rage. It wasn't just fatherly concern. It was the protest of a man who only valued connections with the elite. He dreamed of Arthur marrying the daughter of a business partner, forging a powerful alliance. A modest waitress with no connections or money was, in Edward's eyes, an unworthy match for his heir. He did everything to break them apart. When Arthur dared to defend Annie, Edward threatened to cut him off financially, kick him out of the house, and leave him begging for mercy. For the banker, it was a matter of principle. No one defied him. Arthur was intimidated, accustomed to a certain stability, but his love for Annie only grew stronger, as did his resolve to prove he could survive without his father's wealth. Soon, the conflict escalated. Arthur stopped accepting his father's money, moved into a small leased apartment, and started looking for work to support himself. This was a blow to Edward's pride. He hoped Arthur would back down and return, but Arthur took a job as a junior lawyer at a small firm focused on social projects and protecting the rights of the underprivileged. This infuriated Edward even more, as the firm often opposed large monopolies and shady financial schemes, including those tied to his bank. Annie, seeing Arthur's efforts, felt both happy and guilty. She didn't want to be the reason for the rift between father and son, but their love was stronger. They decided to get married quietly, without fanfare, just a simple ceremony with their closest friends as witnesses. Arthur hoped his father might soften at the last moment, but that didn't happen. Then, events took a dramatic turn. A prestigious position opened up as an executive assistant at a major corporate holding company in the city. Annie applied, went through several interviews, and, to her surprise, made it to the final round. She had no powerful connections or fancy degrees, but her optimism and ability to handle complex situations impressed the hiring committee. The holding company's owner, Greg Pronine, was a well-connected figure who sometimes clashed with Edward Litvinov. When rumors spread that the new assistant might take on significant responsibilities, coordinating high-stakes negotiations, Annie felt her life changing. She kept her new job a secret, though she told Arthur she'd landed a serious position. As her role in the holding company grew, involving her in internal projects, it could drastically shape her future. Annie knew that proving herself could lead to major success and financial independence, allowing her to support Arthur. Meanwhile, Arthur continued to prove himself, defending families facing eviction due to shady dealings by his father's bank. For the first time, father and son were on opposite sides of a battle, one defending, the other exploiting. The conflict spilled into the courtroom. Whispers circulated. Asterisk, can you believe it? The son's defending the poor, while the father's squeezing them dry. Asterisk for Edward, this was an insult. He believed Arthur should stay out of such matters and accept that if you don't pay, you lose your home. That's how life works. The dispute peaked when the bank pushed to evict a family with a sick child. Arthur fought tirelessly to halt the process, finding legal loopholes and violations, further enraging his father. Edward, using his connections, pressured the court, threatening to block Arthur's firm by targeting their licensing agreements. The air was thick with hostility. Just days before Arthur and Annie's wedding, they were on edge, feeling the weight of Edward's threats and manipulations. Annie worried that her ambitions, her prestigious new job, were fueling Edward's anger. He couldn't tolerate a nobody rising to prominence. He even tried to influence her employer, but the holding company valued Annie and refused to fire her over a banker's whim. The day before the bank incident, Annie was invited to a business meeting where Greg Pronine, the holding company's owner, was present. Pronine, a principled man with a history of rivalry with Edward, learned that Annie was Arthur's fiancée. Years ago, he and Edward had clashed over a joint investment, and Pronine had come out on top. Now, he saw potential in Annie and decided to protect her from Edward's attacks, though he preferred to act discreetly. Without sharing details with Annie, Pronine prepared documents naming her a special representative of the holding company, giving her authority to sign off on certain strategic decisions, including those affecting the holding's interactions with Edward's bank. This seemingly minor formality would soon play a pivotal role. Unbeknownst to Annie, Pronine was planning to acquire a significant share of Edward's bank through intermediaries, aiming to negotiate as a co-owner. It was part ambition, part settling old scores. This set the stage for the dramatic confrontation. That fateful day started like any other for Annie. She woke early, did her morning workout, and headed to work. She needed to stop by Edward's bank to finalize some paperwork related to a small project her holding company was coordinating with the bank's financial structure. She wanted to handle it quickly and return to the office for an important call with international partners. On her way, she spoke with Arthur, who mentioned that his father had summoned him for a serious talk and was already at the bank. Annie felt uneasy. She knew Edward's character and sensed the conversation would be tense. When she arrived, she was greeted by Edward's deputy, Stephen Grebnev, a middle-aged man who seemed nervous. He escorted her to a conference room, claiming they were preparing documents. But his tense expression told Annie something unpleasant was coming. As she approached the room, she saw Arthur arguing with security, and beside him stood Edward, his face like stone. They'd clearly already exchanged heated words. "Here's our little Annie," Edward said with a mockingly polite smile that felt more like a sneer. He stood in his tailored suit, tie perfectly pressed, as if waiting for the perfect moment to stage a public reckoning for those who dared defy him. For him, this was a performance to show what happened to those who crossed him. "Yes," Annie replied, trying to stay calm. "I was called to sign some documents. I assume you're aware." "Sign documents?" Edward raised an eyebrow. "I don't think we're ready for that." "And who are you, anyway?" "A waitress." He spat the word loudly, ensuring the employees in the lobby heard every biting syllable. Annie felt her face flush, her fists clenching as she fought to stay composed. "Dad, stop it." Arthur tried to intervene, but Edward strode forward, ushering Annie to a nearby chair and pointing to his shoe. "Since you're here, show us what your pathetic life has taught you." "Clean my shoes." "Don't you dare refuse. Everyone can see what you're capable of." Annie wanted to protest, but the words caught in her throat. She saw the mocking glances, felt the crowd of employees and clients forming a semicircle around her. Shock paralyzed her for a moment. Arthur pleaded, "Dad, this is insane. Why are you doing this?" "Because she and you need to learn your place," Edward barked. "I told you I won't approve this marriage. If you keep defying me, you'll regret it." His words were a clear threat. Annie knew this wasn't empty bravado, but she also knew she had support and a way to protect herself. Fear mixed with indignation. She overheard a security guard whisper to another, "I wish she'd just run away before he makes her do it." Running would have been easy, but everything inside her screamed that she couldn't back down. If she retreated now, she'd be remembered as weak. Arthur's pained, regretful eyes gave her strength. She wanted to prove to everyone that she wasn't just a humiliated girl. She could endure this and keep her dignity. Sometimes you have to push through external shame to take a decisive step toward victory. "Fine," Annie said, kneeling. "If you want a public humiliation, I'll give you one. But don't forget, Mr. Litvinov, humiliating others might just humiliate you." She took a brush handed to her by an employee and began cleaning his shoes. Edward looked down with a scornful smirk. The room froze, as if time had stopped. No one intervened, too afraid of his influence. For Annie, it was an agonizing moment. Memories of her life flashed through her mind. Poverty, losing her parents, scraping by, enduring degrading treatment from bosses. Now, this was the culmination. Yet, strangely, she felt a sense of liberation. Asterisk if I'm already at rock bottom. I have nothing to lose. It's time to show my strength, Asterisk. She finished one shoe and moved to the other, fighting back tears but refusing to let them fall. Arthur kept muttering, "Annie, you don't have to do this," but she silenced him with a glance. In that moment, she made her decision. When she finished, she stood, handed Edward the brush, and said, "You can finish yourself if you're not satisfied. But you see my work. Now it's your turn to see something else. You're fired." She said it firmly, her voice ringing through the silent lobby. Edward's face flushed. "What kind of joke is this?" he demanded. "I know exactly what I'm saying," Annie replied calmly. "I'm an authorized representative of Pronine and Partners, which has acquired enough shares in your bank to hold a decisive vote on the board. The documents are signed, and today the board was set to approve new management changes. I'm authorized to participate in that meeting, and my signature carries weight. I came here for one document, but you decided to put on a show. Now, by the board decision, you're out." The room gasped. "How dare you?" Edward shouted, but his voice betrayed confusion. "This is a fraud. Impossible. Who are you?" "I was a waitress once," Annie said. "But I'm also your future daughter-in-law, whether you like it or not. And by Mr. Pronin's authority, I have the right to make key personnel decisions for the holding and its affiliates, including your bank." She pulled an envelope from her bag. "Take a look. It's all there. Your stake is now a minority, and the rest has gone to shareholders tied to the holding. You no longer have a majority." The weight of her words hit Edward like a sledgehammer. He stood speechless, realizing that without the board's approval, his power in the bank was gone. He'd relied on his controlling stake to dictate terms, but Pronine had quietly bought up shares through proxies. And Pronine had chosen Annie to deliver the verdict. The lobby, which had just witnessed Annie's humiliation, now watched Edward squirm. Guards, secretaries, and consultants were stunned. A revolution in the bank's leadership had unfolded before their eyes. "You have no right," Edward choked out, shaking. "I'll sue." "Go ahead," Annie replied coolly. "But we have a solid legal foundation. Your son, by the way, is a talented lawyer. Let him take a look. I've just carried out the board's decision and informed you." She turned to Arthur, who was as shocked as everyone else, but looked at her with growing respect and hope. He realized the power dynamic had shifted. If his father was out, the tyranny might end. But he also worried about the blow to his family. "Annie," he whispered, "how did you know all this?" "My boss didn't tell me everything up front," she admitted. "They hinted at a possible power shift in the bank, and that I'd have to deliver the verdict. Mr. Pronine wants to talk to you personally. He hopes to work with both you and your father, but not in the way Edward's used to, through coercion and control." Their conversation was almost a whisper as the crowd watched Edward, who was studying the documents Annie had handed him. His reddened face showed he knew they were legally sound. His deputy, Stephen Grebnev, cautiously took the papers, scanned them, and looked at his former boss with surprise, and perhaps a hint of satisfaction. Many of Edward's subordinates had long suffered under his pressure and hoped for change. "It's true," Stephen said. "The shares have been transferred to a group affiliated with Pronine and Partners. The board has appointed Mr. Koval as interim chairman, and Ms. Annie Kravitz as a special advisor with authority over certain external contracts and agreements." "So I have no authority?" Edward rasped, his hands trembling. "Not until the board finalizes your status as a shareholder," Stephen replied. "They'll meet today to formalize it." A heavy silence fell. Annie watched as Edward struggled to maintain composure, clearly tempted to tear up the papers, but knowing it would change nothing. Copies were already with the board, and the takeover had been meticulously planned. "Everyone back to work," Edward barked, glaring at the employees. "Security, I don't want to see this girl in my bank by tonight." The guards exchanged glances, unsure what to do. According to the documents, Annie was now practically their superior. One guard, summoning courage, said, "Sorry, Mr. Litvinov, but we can't use force without the board's approval, given the latest news." "Cowards!" Edward roared, throwing the folder to the floor. Arthur watched his father deflate, as if the air had been sucked out of him. Annie, however, felt steadier. She picked up the folder and said, "Thank you, Stephen, for clarifying. Arthur and I are leaving. I'm not here to make a scene. The board will make its final decision, and I'm just delivering the outcome." She turned to Edward. "If you want a dialogue, it can happen when you're ready to talk business without bullying. I'm not a monster, and I'm not out to destroy you personally. But your behavior can't go unpunished. You declared war on your own son and his fiancée. Now the tables have turned." With that, Annie headed for the exit. Arthur, glancing at his father one last time, said, "Dad, I didn't want it to come to this. But you'll have to realize your power isn't absolute. Give us a chance to live our way." They left. The lobby emptied as employees scrambled to follow orders, some from Edward, others from the new shareholders. It was unclear who was in charge. Clients dispersed, whispering in astonishment. Edward stood alone in the lobby where he'd once been the undisputed king. Now, a shaken man who'd just been told he was out, he felt fear for the future for the first time. But for now, anger consumed him. In the car, Annie and Arthur sat in silence for a moment. "He won't give up," Annie said. "Not with his personality." "This isn't over," Arthur agreed, starting the engine. "But he's taken a serious hit." "Annie, could you have stopped this at any point? Did Pronine force you to go against my dad?" "No one forced me," she said. "They told me the bank might join Pronine and partners." I was shocked. Greg Pronine said he saw potential in me and wanted me to be the representative. I think he also wanted to teach your father a lesson for old grudges. If I'd refused to sign or announce it, he'd have found someone else, maybe someone harsher. This way, I could at least protect myself from humiliation and give your dad a chance to negotiate without losing everything. Arthur stared at the windshield. "I'm torn. He deserved this for humiliating you, but he's still my dad. I don't want him to break completely." Annie touched his shoulder. "I get it. He'll have to rethink his ways. I won't pretend I feel sorry for him after what he did, but I don't want endless revenge either. Maybe one day he'll see he can't manipulate people like he's used to." "I hope so," Arthur murmured. "Now," Annie glanced at her watch, "I need to get to the office. There's an important meeting, and I'm already late, but I might make it." They drove off, both weighed down by the day's events, but also relieved. Their relationship was now free from Edward's constant shadow. Conflicts would come, and consequences would need handling, but Annie had proven she wouldn't be treated like a servant. Arthur glanced at her, remembering their first meeting at the diner, how she never asked for gifts or money. He saw the immense inner strength in this woman who could reshape destinies and businesses. Silently, he thanked fate for bringing her into his life, despite the drama. At the office, colleagues buzzed with news of the bank's shakeup, eyeing Annie with curiosity and respect. Yesterday, she was a talented assistant. Today, she held real power. Some congratulated her. Others nodded silently. Annie stayed humble, saying details would come from management, and she was just following orders. Inside, emotion swirled. Not long ago, she was an unremarkable girl from a poor family. Now, she was playing in high-stakes corporate games. Half an hour before a meeting, Pronin's assistant summoned Annie to his office. She smoothed her blouse and entered his spacious, sunlit office overlooking the city square. Pronin leaned back in his leather chair and smiled. "Hello, Anastasia. How'd it go with Litvinov?" "In short," Annie said, opting for honesty, "he made me clean his shoes and I told him he's fired. It was a scandal in front of the staff. He didn't know about the shares and took the hit hard." Pronin chuckled. "I'm not sorry for him. But he won't give up. He'll try to regain control. We need to stay sharp. I'm pleased you defended your honor and showed our resolve. It was tough, Annie admitted, but I couldn't let him crush me. I'd appreciate it if you took formal control now. I'm not sure I can handle his personal attacks. Of course, Prony nodded. But you remain the one signing key documents. Don't shy away from your role. If you want, we can set up training programs to help you grow in this direction. I see a strong manager in you. Since you're marrying Litvinov's son, your actions will carry even more weight. It might push him toward constructive dialogue. We'll sit down and negotiate once emotions settle. But today, we focus on other matters. Annie thanked Pronin for his support, feeling a mix of pride and doubt. Could she become more than a pawn in this corporate game? Does she want to keep fighting these battles? For now, she had little choice. She was already in deep. At the meeting, the share acquisition was announced. Department heads admired Pronin's bold move, though some worried about the city authorities' reaction, given Edward's influence. Pronin assured them everything was legally sound. Annie received signed directives confirming her status, adding to her workload as she coordinated contracts with the bank, now managed by Pronin's allies. This meant dealing with Edward's old staff, who were still figuring out whose orders to follow. Exhausted, Annie left the office at day's end. Arthur was waiting outside, his face tired but lighting up when he saw her. They embraced without words, understanding what they'd been through. "Let's just be together," he suggested. "Maybe drive somewhere quiet and have dinner." "Sounds perfect," Annie replied. "I'm on the verge of a breakdown." They went to a cozy cafe on the city's outskirts, near a park. Not the diner where Annie once worked, though that place held special memories. Over dinner, they tried to relax. Arthur spoke first. "Today, I realized our marriage isn't just about us. It's become this big event tied to business interests and rivalries. Does that scare you, being at the center of this storm?" "It does," Annie admitted. "But not long ago, I was terrified of staying a poor waitress with no prospects. Turns out, there are worse fears like going against your conscience. I'm glad we didn't bow to your father. He'd have broken us. Maybe we can change this ruthless business world for the better. Or at least try." Arthur smiled. "Honestly, I prefer a quiet life as a lawyer, helping people, not making headlines. But if you're not scared off, I'll be by your side, helping however I can." Annie was touched. "I love you, and I believe we'll get through this. We just need to stick together." A cool night breeze swept through the cafe as a customer opened the door. Annie shivered, reflecting on how fast her life had changed. Asterisk, not long ago, I was carrying trays between tables like these. Now I'm signing major documents and deciding the fate of a bank. Asterisk. They discussed their wedding plans, a simple ceremony with close friends, a date to set at the courthouse. They need to talk to Arthur's mother, who lived in another city after divorcing Edward. She'd always been kinder than his father. Annie returned to her modest rented apartment that night, surrounded by the simple belongings of her past. Arthur offered to move in together, but she wanted to wait, not wanting to mix work, wedding, and domestic life all at once. Alone, she sorted through documents for work, staring out at the city lights. What a crazy day, she thought, closing her laptop. Anger from the bank humiliation lingered, but so did a sense of victory. She hadn't sought this war, but circumstances forced her to play by its rules. Asterisk, maybe this will lead to something good. Maybe Edward will rethink his actions, and I'll climb the career ladder, helping others along the way. Asterisk. The next morning, her phone buzzed with calls from reporters sniffing out the bank's leadership change. She deflected them, saying, "Please contact the press office." I have no comment, but it was clear gossip and provocations would follow her for a while. On her way to work, she got a text from Arthur. Asterisk, I heard Dad's meeting with a lawyer. He's probably trying to challenge the board decision. Asterisk Annie sighed, but smiled. She knew the takeover was legally airtight, crafted by experts. Edward could try, but he'd likely lose in court. The office was abuzz with new projects. Annie juggled her growing responsibilities, taking a break on the top-floor observation deck of the office building. Sitting in a comfortable chair, she gazed at the city, wondering if she could one day improve the lives of ordinary people. Her dream had always been to help those struggling, like she once did. She was proud of Arthur's work at his legal firm, fighting for the disadvantaged. Maybe we can build a system where people don't suffer for being born into the wrong family or without wealth, she thought. It sounds utopian, but why not try? Her thoughts were interrupted by footsteps. Stephen Grebnev, Edward's former deputy, now reporting to the new shareholders, approached. Anastasia, good to see you. I hope to catch you to discuss our next steps. Of course, Annie said, gesturing to a chair. Have a seat. He sat, sighing wearily. The bank's a mess. Employees are confused about Edward's departure and worried about their jobs. Are mass layoffs or major reshuffles planned? Annie shook her head. From what I know, no widespread layoffs are planned. The goal is to develop the bank, not destroy it. There might be some process optimization, but not a purge. That's reassuring, Stevens said. I can tell the staff there won't be mass firings. Yes, tell them things will stay reasonable. Just work honestly and follow the rules. If there were any shady schemes, those need to stop, or we'll have a different conversation. Understood. What about Edward? He's still a shareholder, even without control. Will he come around? Hard to say, Annie replied. He'll likely resist. If he wants a constructive role, we might find a place for him on the board, but without his old dictatorial ways. I don't have exact instructions, but Pronine is open to talks. Stephen nodded. I'll inform the team. Hopefully, we can avoid panic. He paused, then added, I'm sorry you had to go through that scene in the lobby. I was ashamed of what happened. I know you couldn't do anything, Annie said quietly. But are you still loyal to your old boss? Honestly, I'm loyal to the bank, not individuals. Edward did a lot for it, but his methods often cross lines. I'll work by the law and common sense. That's what I like to hear, Annie smiled. I'm sure we'll find common ground. They shook hands, and Stephen left. Annie realized change was already underway, with employees shifting their loyalties, as often happens when power changes hands. I just hope I don't become like Edward, she thought, returning to her office. A few days later, Annie and Arthur applied for their marriage license, choosing a date a month out. Not too soon, but not far off. Meanwhile, Edward managed to secure a court hearing to challenge the board's decision, but the court refused to issue a temporary injunction. He remained sidelined, at least for now. Rumors swirled that he was seeking support from influential officials, but either Pronine had outmaneuvered him or Edward's connections were weakening. One thing was clear. There was no returning to his former dominance. Edward didn't give up. He appeared at the bank, meeting with loyal employees and reportedly planning a new commercial venture, perhaps another bank or a partnership with old allies. Annie stayed vigilant, knowing he wouldn't easily forgive her public rebuke. One evening, as she was leaving the office, her phone rang with an unfamiliar number. She answered and heard a low voice. Hello, Annie. It's Edward Litvinov. Do you have a moment to talk? She froze but answered calmly. I'm listening. I'd like to invite you to meet tomorrow at noon at the Triumph restaurant. Don't worry, it's a public place. No spectacles, just a conversation, one-on-one, without Arthur or your colleagues. Annie hesitated. Meeting him alone after everything was daunting, but she figured a talk was inevitable. All right, she said. I'll be there. Excellent, he replied, almost cheerfully. See you then. She hung up, hands shaking. Asterisk, what's he planning? Is he trying to make peace? Asterisk, she barely slept that night. The next morning, she requested the afternoon off, citing personal matters. Pronine, sensing it involved Edward, didn't object but advised caution. The Triumph restaurant was an upscale spot downtown, known for its snooty waiters and impeccable cuisine. Annie walked in, and an administrator led her to a window table where Edward sat. Her heart sank at the sight of his back. Memories of the shoe-cleaning incident still raw. But he stood, nodded politely, and gestured for her to sit. "Thank you for coming," he said as the waiter left. "Care to order something?" "I'm not hungry," Annie replied. "Let's get to the point, if you don't mind." He smirked. "Practical. Fine, though they make excellent fish here." He paused, fingers tapping the table nervously despite his confident facade. "What do you think of my loss of power?" "Satisfied?" "It's not about personal satisfaction," Annie said. "I didn't aim to take your bank. It was the board's decision. You know how business works. Shareholders can change leadership." "You were Pronin's tool, right?" he said. "He's always wanted to outsmart me, and he succeeded. I'm left with nothing. But you got your share, didn't you?" He glanced at her designer bag. "Think you can stay on top in this Shark Tank?" "My gain is the chance to live with your son without being mocked, to build a career," Annie said. "I'm not hiding that. But I'm not for sale. If you think I'm just a pawn, you're wrong." "Fair enough," he said, sipping mineral water. "I have a proposal. Let's call a truce. I've realized you and Arthur will marry with or without my approval, and I don't want to lose my son completely. You want your marriage to have a chance at normal family ties, right?" "Yes," Annie admitted. "But that doesn't mean I'll dance to your tune." "No need," he said. "I'm ready to give you and Arthur freedom, but on one condition. Help me regain influence in the bank. Not control, I know that's gone, but a seat on the board, some decision-making power. In return, I won't interfere in your family life and might even partner with your holding company for mutual benefit." Annie gave a wry smile. "So you want me to betray Pronine and help you? Do you think I have that kind of power?" "You hold the key," he said cryptically. "You can sway the board. You're not just a nobody there. I know I'm short a few votes for risky projects. With a voice on the board, I can make things happen. Everyone wins." "I don't doubt you can make money," Annie said. "But you also think it's fine to squeeze the poor and humiliate people. I can't just trust you. I won't betray Pronine. He believed in me. We can discuss your return to the board, but not through backroom deals. Do it openly. Propose a plan. Work with the new shareholders." "So noble now," Edward said, displeased. "Fine, we'll see. You might change your mind. I'm Arthur's father. Do you want him to grow up without family support?" "Stop manipulating," Annie shot back. "He's grown. He doesn't need your money, and as for moral support, offer it without blackmail." They sat in silence, the restaurant's soft music playing in the background. Edward watched her, trying to gauge her resolve. Annie saw flashes of anger and desperation in his eyes. "All right," he said finally. "If you won't play my game, I'll find another way. But everything has a price. We'll see if you regret this. We'll sit down to negotiate eventually." He stood, looked down at her, and added, "Have a nice day." He walked out briskly. Annie sat, calming her racing heart. He didn't threaten me outright, but he made it clear this isn't over. She sensed his desperation, a man stripped of his status, grasping at any chance to reclaim it. But she couldn't give in. If he wanted reconciliation, he'd have to play by the rules. The next week, the bank stabilized. The new chairman, Koval, audited accounts and credit lines, aligning with Pronin's transparency goals. Minor scandals surfaced, revealing shady accounting, but they were contained. Annie attended meetings, reviewed reports, and saw that most employees were ordinary people, not involved in Edward's schemes. A few loyal managers were nervous, facing the choice to adapt or leave. A month passed, and things seemed calmer, though tension lingered. Annie and Arthur prepared for their wedding. They spoke with Arthur's mother, who supported her son's choice and promised to attend. Arthur, still at his legal firm, won several cases, saving families from eviction. He felt validated as a professional, free from his father's influence over the courts. The bank's general shareholders meeting was held, the first since Edward's ousting. It aimed to finalize the restructuring and elect a permanent board. Annie was invited to vote. The day before, Pronine called, saying he'd be away on personal matters but that everything was handled with his vote proxied. At the meeting, Edward appeared as a minority shareholder, accompanied by lawyers and representatives. Dressed in a sharp suit, Annie was already in the room. He greeted her curtly and avoided her gaze. The meeting was tense but orderly. Koval's report confirmed he was managing well as chairman, and his candidacy received strong support. Other board candidates passed smoothly. Edward objected to many points, but his minority vote carried little weight. At the end, he raised his hand. "I'd like to say a few words," he said. The chairman nodded, and Edward stood. "I may hold a minority stake now, but I'm not giving up. I'll defend my investments. Many clients and partners I've worked with for years will back me. I expect the new management to respect proven strategies and profitable clients. If you dismantle them, I'll fight every decision in court." He scanned the room, then addressed Annie directly. "Ms. Kravitz, I advise you not to let power go to your head. Your position can change as quickly as mine did." The room fell silent. Annie recognized the veiled threat, but responded diplomatically. "Thank you for the warning. We value the experience of partners, but schemes that break the law or harm clients will be reviewed. Otherwise, you're welcome at the negotiation table for open dialogue." "We'll see what you say when you're held accountable," Edward muttered, sitting down. The meeting ended, and Annie left, avoiding Edward. Her heart raced. She knew more conflicts loomed, but her position was legally secure. The wedding week arrived. Despite the stress, Annie and Arthur were excited. They planned a small outdoor ceremony at a country club, inviting only close friends and family. Arthur's mother flew in, and Pronine attended, joking, "I couldn't miss my star assistant's wedding." Gossip swirled about whether Edward would show up. The day before, Annie got a call from an unfamiliar number. A polite female voice said, "Hello, Anastasia. I'm Mr. Litvinov's assistant. He wants to confirm if his invitation to the ceremony still stands." Annie was surprised. They hadn't sent a formal invitation, knowing his stance, but Arthur had emailed him, saying he'd be welcome if he chose to come. "Yes, it's still valid," Annie replied. "If he wants to attend, we're fine with it." "Understood. Thank you," the voice said and hung up. Annie was nervous but focused on the wedding. She and a friend picked out a bouquet and accessories, while Arthur handled logistics like the catering. They hoped the day would be peaceful. The wedding day was warm and sunny, as if nature itself blessed them. Annie wore a simple, elegant white dress with a delicate bracelet. Arthur looked dashing in a classic suit, his tie matching her bouquet. The ceremony took place in a floral pavilion at the club. A close friend walked Annie down the aisle, and Arthur waited, their eyes meeting with boundless love. Guests applauded, including Pronine and Arthur's mother, who teared up with pride. Annie scanned the crowd for Edward, but didn't see him at first. As the officiant asked everyone to stand for the vows, Annie and Arthur spoke heartfelt promises to support and love each other. They exchanged rings, kissed, and rose petals rained down. Amid the cheers, Annie noticed a figure at the entrance. Edward, in a dark suit, hesitating. Arthur paled but nodded, acknowledging his father. Annie took his hand, and they approached Edward. The guests watched warily. "Congratulations," Edward said, his voice low, glancing at Arthur, then Annie. "If it's all right, I'll leave a gift and go. I don't want to intrude." His eyes flicked to Pronine nearby. Live happily, if you can. Thank you, Arthur said sincerely. I'm glad you came. Edward frowned, sighed, and took Annie's hand, placing an envelope in it. This is for your new home. I know you want to earn your own way, but let this be my contribution. Maybe one day you'll see I want what's best for you, even if I show it oddly. Annie saw a flicker of sadness in his eyes, perhaps regret, perhaps just mourning his lost control. Thank you, she said softly. We won't refuse if it's genuine. I appreciate the gesture. Edward nodded, turned, and left. Some guests exhaled in relief. Arthur watched him go, pain in his eyes. Dad, why did it have to be this way? He murmured. But Annie's hand on his shoulder reminded him their life was now theirs. The celebration continued with dancing, wine, and toasts. Pronine congratulated them, saying, "Come back to the office in a week. We've got big plans." Arthur's mother hugged them, proud of their resilience. Annie's friends marveled at her journey from waitress to influential figure. The day was a whirlwind of joy, though Annie felt a lingering unease. She knew life wasn't a fairy tale, and more challenges awaited, but for now, they danced and celebrated their love. Later, alone under the stars, Annie said, "We've been through so much, and I know more storms are coming. But looking into your eyes, I know we'll make it. You'll never let me lose heart, and I won't let you give up." Arthur held her close. "Just don't give me reason to doubt our love. That's all I need. Together, we'll conquer anything." They stood, embraced, as the night glowed with soft lights and the rustle of leaves. Those moments of happiness overshadowed the scandals. They were married, free from fear of judgment or Edward's dominance. The next morning, they prepared for a short honeymoon in a nearby city. But just before leaving, Annie got a call from a colleague. "Sorry to bother you, but Litvinov's filing complaints with a regulatory agency, claiming the board's actions were illegal. What do we do?" Annie sighed, smiled at Arthur, and said, "I'll handle it over the phone." She spent 10 minutes giving instructions, then hung up. "All set. I told them how to respond." "We'll manage." "I'm sure we will," Arthur said. "Now let's go relax." They loaded their bags and drove off. Annie caught herself smiling. She was now, in spirit, Arthur's wife, even if the paperwork wasn't updated yet. Edward, despite his efforts, could no longer shatter her sense of self. They talked about their dreams, Arthur expanding his firm to help more people, Annie working on holding company projects to improve the city. They envisioned a family, a home with a garden, and found strength in their shared harmony. Months later, Edward continued his fight to reclaim power, but his influence waned. Pronine's team kept control, and legal reviews confirmed the share deals were legitimate. Edward couldn't prove wrongdoing. Some of his old schemes were dismantled, and while some loyalists left to join his new venture, its success was uncertain. He grew reclusive, reportedly bitter, blaming Annie and Arthur. Yet some said he quietly looked at their wedding photos, sighing over what might have been. Annie thrived at the holding company, offered more responsibilities, but asking not to be overwhelmed. "I want to live, not just work," she told Pronine. "I have a family now." She proposed a social fund to support talented students from low-income families, drawing on her own experience. Pronine backed the idea, and they began planning. Through their struggles, Annie and Arthur stayed united, facing disputes and daily challenges hand in hand. The memory of Edward forcing Annie to clean his shoes faded, a distant reminder of how power and pride can blind someone. That moment had solidified Annie's resolve to stand up for herself, no matter the cost. "You're fired," she told the banker, and in that moment, the lobby witnessed a young woman from a humble background topple a powerful man. For some, it was a miracle. For others, a reminder of how quickly fortunes shift. For Annie, It was a symbol of her refusal to fear the powerful, her belief in her own strength, and her commitment to love and justice. Thus ended one story and began another, of love, mutual support, and a shared journey. Challenges lay ahead, but Annie and Arthur walked hand in hand, finding strength in each other. Money and power could never replace human connection and respect. But that was a new chapter in their shared destiny. Thank you for listening to the story until the end. Subscribe to the channel and share this video with your friends and loved ones. It motivates us to keep working on new stories every day. Don't miss the next amazing story that's about to appear on your screen. We're very grateful to have you with us. See you soon. Paulina walked out of the supermarket, her arms weighed down with bags full of groceries. She was in a rush to get home and prepare a festive dinner for her 40th birthday celebration, where only close friends and their families were invited. Lost in thought, she didn't notice as she stepped off the sidewalk onto the parking lot's roadway. A sudden, forceful jolt from behind knocked her off her feet. The distracted woman fell, her bags crashing to the asphalt beside her, groceries scattering across the lot. Paulina let out a cry of surprise and pain. "Oh, I'm so sorry," a young woman's voice exclaimed. "I don't know how this happened. Where did you even come from?" The shaken driver of the car helped Paulina to her feet, clearly rattled by the incident. "You nearly ran me over. Who even gives people like you a license?" Paulina snapped, rubbing her bruised arm from the fall. "Well, you're not exactly blameless. You could at least look where you're going," the stranger shot back. Paulina glared at him, her eyes blazing. The man softened his tone. "I'm sorry, I was out of line. Please, let me drive you home. I'll clean up the groceries right now." He picked up her bags and began gathering the scattered items. Paulina, calming down, realized she shared some blame in the situation. Her tone softened. "You're probably right. I was lost in thought, and this is the result. If you could give me a ride home, I'd really appreciate it." "I'm Pavel," the man said with a smile, extending his hand. "Paulina," she replied, returning a small smile. On the drive to her house, Paulina and Pavel struck up an easy conversation. "Your husband's a lucky man," Pavel said. "A beautiful, smart wife like you. I wasn't so lucky. My wife left me with our young daughter. So it's just the two of us now. Do you have kids?" Paulina's expression darkened at the question. The topic of children was a deep wound. Despite years of marriage, she had never been able to become a mother. She wasn't about to discuss it with a stranger. "No, we don't have kids," she answered curtly. "We're here. Thanks for the ride. Goodbye." The car pulled up to the tall gates of a large, beautiful house. "I'm sorry if I upset you," Pavel said, noticing he'd touched a nerve but unsure why. "It's fine, really," Paulina replied. "I've been on edge lately. Thanks again, and happy birthday to you too. I hope all your dreams come true," he called out as she walked away. Paulina quickly unpacked her groceries and began preparing dinner. The dining table was set, and with just a little time left before the guests arrived, she dialed her husband's number. He didn't answer. Paulina sighed heavily. Lately, her husband, Yuri, had been staying late at work, growing irritable when she asked questions, claiming he was swamped with an important project. Over time, Paulina had grown accustomed to his absence, learning to cope with it. The intercom buzzed. Checking the screen, Paulina saw her friends Yulia and Dennis, smiling. They'd been close since their college days, the only true friends Paulina and her husband had. Yuri preferred to keep their home and lives private, except for these childhood friends. "Paulina, you look stunning. It's like you're forever 25. Yulia exclaimed with admiration. "You're gorgeous, Paulina. Happy birthday, darling," Dennis said, handing her a beautiful bouquet of flowers. Where's our workaholic? Not here yet. You know how it is with Yuri. Always urgent projects, meetings, business, Paulina replied. I don't know how you put up with it. Always alone, Yulia said. Maybe you should get a job. Dennis is looking for a new specialist, and good architects are as hard to find as good surgeons. I remember you were the best in our class. I'd love to, but you know Yuri would be against it, Paulina said. Paulina, I'm sorry, but I have to say it, Yulia continued. Yuri's being selfish. You're not seeing it, but he's turned you into a housekeeper while he's off who knows where. It's convenient for him. Let's drop it, my dears. I'm so happy to see you. Come, let's eat. I hope Yuri makes it in time for the main course, Paulina said, trying to diffuse the tension as she led her guests to the dining table. Later, after everyone had eaten their fill and was reminiscing about funny college stories, Yuri finally came home. He was serious, offering the guests a polite smile rather than genuine warmth. Yuri, couldn't you at least come home early today? It's been ages since we've seen you. And it's your wife's birthday. Where are the flowers for the lady of the house? Yulia couldn't hold back. Good to see you too. Work doesn't wait. Dennis gets it, Yuri replied, clearly annoyed by the remark. I didn't have time to get flowers. I was rushing to get here. Happy birthday, Paulina. Thank you, dear, Paulina said, opening a gift box and giving a sad smile. Yuri never put much thought into her gifts, always opting for jewelry, and this time was no different. The mood lightened a bit with Yuri's arrival, but his phone kept buzzing with messages, interrupting the conversation. By the end of the evening, after saying goodbye to their friends, silence fell over the large house. Paulina cleared the table while Yuri stayed glued to his phone. When she finished, she turned to him. Yuri, don't you think that even when you're home, you're not really here? You're always somewhere else in your head. Paulina, don't nag. I'm working, he snapped. Fine, I get it, she said quietly, turning away to head to the bedroom. Holding back tears, she entered the room and finally let herself cry. Even though she was married, Paulina felt utterly alone. Her father had died when she was young, and her relationship with her mother and stepfather had never been close. If not for her friends, she'd be completely isolated. Recalling their earlier conversation, she seriously considered getting a job, not just to fill her time, but to feel less alone. The next morning, Paulina woke early to find Yuri already gone. A bad feeling settled in her chest. She knew something was wrong. Leaving the bedroom, she peeked through the slightly open door of Yuri's study and saw him asleep on the guest couch, covered with his jacket. Her heart raced. Something was definitely off with her husband and their marriage, but she couldn't pinpoint what. After showering and getting ready, Paulina went downstairs to the living room. Yuri sat in an armchair, staring thoughtfully out the window with a coffee cup in hand. He didn't notice her at first. When she greeted him, he flinched. You've been acting strange lately. Is everything okay? You slept in your study. You're avoiding me. Yuri, what's going on? Is it work? We need to talk, Yuri said in a flat tone. I've been wanting to talk too. I know you'll be against it, but I've decided to get a job. I'm in love with someone else, Yuri interrupted calmly. She's pregnant, and we're expecting a child. Paulina's world spun. She swayed, barely staying on her feet. How long has this been going on? Why? She stammered. I found out about the pregnancy yesterday. If that matters to you, Yuri replied. Tears streamed down Paulina's face. Listen, let's not make a scene, he continued. I'm 40, Paulina. All our friends have grown kids. What we have, I'm finally going to have a son and live happily. We'll discuss the divorce details tonight when I'm back. Yuri left, slamming the door behind him. Paulina sank to the floor, sobbing from the pain and humiliation. Later, Yuri decided to visit his mistress, Marina, to tell her he'd confessed everything to his wife and would soon divorce her so they could formalize their relationship. When he arrived at the apartment he rented for Marina, he was surprised to see her packing her things into a large suitcase. "I'm home. Why is no one greeting me? What's going on here? Are we going somewhere?" Yuri asked with a smile. Marina gasped, startled. "Hi, darling. I didn't expect you so early." She wrapped her arms around him and kissed his cheek. "You didn't answer. Are we going somewhere?" Yuri said, spinning her playfully. Marina pouted theatrically. Yuri stopped and looked at her questioningly. "Yes, we're going somewhere. To your beautiful country house where your wife is currently enjoying life." "Darling, I haven't found a place for her to move yet. The apartments I've looked at wouldn't suit her. I can't just throw Paulina out on the street," Yuri explained, frowning. Marina ignored his words. "I don't want to hear it. We're a family now. Almost 3 of us. She's living it up in that mansion alone. Our baby needs fresh air, and we're stuck breathing this polluted city air," she said, nearly in tears, rubbing her belly for emphasis. "You're right. Don't get upset. It's not good for our son," Yuri said, conceding. Paulina was so devastated by Yuri's betrayal that she couldn't think straight. She spent half the day on the couch, lost in thought, convincing herself it was all a cruel joke. Yuri's humor was often peculiar. Surely, he'd come home and say it was just a prank. "Just a prank," she whispered like a mantra. A phone call snapped her out of it. She didn't want to talk to anyone, but wiping her tears, she glanced at the screen. Her heart pounded. It was Yuri. Swiping to answer, she couldn't speak, her throat tight with emotion. "You there? You don't have to say anything," Yuri said. "Listen, I've found you an apartment. You need to check it out." Paulina hung up without listening to the rest of his nonsense. She felt these matters deserved a face-to-face conversation, not a phone call. Brewing herself some herbal tea, she settled on the cozy terrace of her home, a house she loved dearly. She and Yuri had bought it when they were young, pouring their hearts into making it their own. And now, Yuri acted as if those years meant nothing, casually mentioning he'd found her an apartment. "Jerk," Paulina hissed, wiping away tears. She tried to pull herself together, but memories of their happy times haunted her. She felt broken, even questioning why she should go on living, facing only emptiness and loneliness. Evening came unnoticed as Paulina sat on the terrace, lost in thought. She didn't even hear Yuri return home. He found her and got straight to the point. "Paulina, what was that? You hang up, don't answer my calls. We're adults. Let's part ways peacefully. I'm not holding you back." "Not holding me back?" she retorted. "You found me an apartment? You go live there. I'm staying in my house, and I'm not clearing out for your mistress. If anything, we'll sell it and split the money. That's fair. Paulina, this house is in my mother's name, remember? And it's under a lien, so we can't sell it," Yuri said. "Perfect, darling. Now I see why you insisted on putting in your mother's name. So many excuses, always covering your bases," Paulina shot back. "You know I sold my apartment years ago and poured everything into this house." "I remember," Yuri said. "That's why I found you an apartment. Look at it, and we can finalize the deal and the divorce. Stay if you want, but just know everything in life comes with a price. You'll pay for the pain you've caused me." The next day, Paulina went to see the apartment Yuri had picked out. The whole drive, she thought back to the happy times with Yuri, all they'd been through to build their life, their home. She'd sacrificed her career to support him, helping with his complex projects. Now, she couldn't fathom how he could so easily replace her. Paulina knew her biggest issue was the ongoing divorce and the painful absence of children. She'd visited countless doctors, taken endless pills, endured injections, all for nothing. The doctors couldn't explain why, after so many years, she and Yuri had no children. Yuri never directly blamed her, but she knew he believed the problem lay with her. It stung deeply. Yuri often spoke of Yulia and Dennis, how happy they were with their growing son. Paulina had no response. What could she say? Lost in these heavy thoughts, she didn't notice arriving at her new home. The fifth-floor apartment was spacious and bright, not comparable to her house, but livable. How did it start? And how did it end? Paulina whispered. The next day, her bags nearly packed, Paulina took only what was hers. Waiting for a taxi, she gave her home a final, wistful look. She'd never found true happiness there. Yuri, what's she doing here? A sharp female voice called out. Paulina turned to see a young woman, about 20 years younger than her, beautiful and confident, someone who could pass for Yuri's daughter. Paulina's heart sank, but she forced a smile. I'm in my home, dear, Paulina said calmly. And by the way, still his legal wife. What are you doing here? That's the real question. No shame, no conscience. Where do people like you even come from? Paulina shifted her gaze to Yuri. I told you I didn't want her here before I left. She's not just some girl. She's the mother of my son, Yuri snapped. Paulina, stop the hysterics. It won't lead to anything good. Modern people, Paulina said, raising her voice. Yuri, you never could read people, and you're wrong now. Look at her. It's like she's got a sign on her forehead, looking for a rich sugar daddy. Yuri frowned but stayed silent. Marina theatrically rolled her eyes and clutched her still flat stomach. Paulina couldn't help but laugh. Dear, what's your name again? Sweetie? Yuri. She's a natural actress. Trust me, the surprises in your life are just beginning. A text notification sounded. Her taxi had arrived. Paulina grabbed her 2 large suitcases and wheeled them toward the exit. Yuri watched her go, a pang in his heart. For a moment, he wanted to stop the madness unfolding in their lives. But Marina, sensing his hesitation, quickly played her part, drawing his attention back to her. Yuri, darling, my stomach hurts, she whined. You can't get upset. It's bad for the baby. The doctor said rest and calm. Remember? Yuri gently sat her down, reassuring her. Paulina left the walls of her once-beloved home, holding herself together until the end. Seeing her husband dote on the woman who destroyed their family was unbearable. In the taxi, she finally let her tears flow. The driver glanced at her in the rearview mirror, concerned. Everything okay? Can I help? I'm sorry, Paulina said, wiping her tears. I don't usually cry in public. I just couldn't hold it in anymore. My husband brought his pregnant mistress into our home. That's all. You're a beautiful woman. How could anyone replace you? What an idiot, the driver said. 40? That's nothing. You're in the prime of life. Time to love, live, and thrive. Young women? All they've got is hot air. I'm 67. Trust me, you'll be fine. Your husband will come crawling back. But will you even want him then? Right now, it feels like the end of the world, but soon you'll look back on this with indifference, maybe even laugh. Paulina was grateful for the kind words from the stranger. His support sparked a flicker of hope for a brighter future. The first month in her new apartment, Paulina settled in. The place was spacious and comfortable, though nothing like the cozy home she'd lived in for years. She might have gone mad with loneliness if not for Yulia and Dennis. Dennis hired her at his firm without hesitation, and slowly she adjusted to her new job, welcomed warmly by a young team. When Paulina received her first paycheck in years, her joy was boundless. She bought essential appliances to make her apartment more comfortable. Yulia visited often, and Dennis cut off contact with Yuri after learning of his betrayal, refusing to condone it. One evening, Paulina stayed late at work on an urgent project they were struggling to finish for a client. Dennis was convinced they'd lose the contract, but Paulina, drawing on her college training, worked tirelessly and saved the day, leaving the completed project on Dennis's desk. It was cold and rainy outside as she left the office, her coat offering little protection. Ugh, I should have called a taxi, she muttered. Looking around, she spotted headlights across the street. The road was empty, so she skipped the crosswalk and started crossing the four-lane road. A car suddenly appeared around a corner, its lights blinding her. A sharp jolt knocked her down. Are you crazy? Trying to get yourself killed? A man's voice shouted as the driver stepped out. You're the crazy one. Watch where you're driving. Paulina snapped back, knowing she was in the wrong. Oh, you again. She heard a familiar, teasing voice. The headlights still blinded her, but the voice rang a bell. Give me your hand. I'll help you up, the man said. Thanks, you've helped enough, Paulina retorted. Scraped knees, hands, a scratch on my face. And I have to present a project to a client tomorrow. What will they think? Tell them the truth. That you're a reckless woman throwing herself under cars, the driver quipped. Now, either get in the car and I'll drive you home, or clear the road. I'm in a hurry. Fine, fine. I'm in no shape to argue. Drive me home. Since you hit me, Paulina said, brushing herself off and sliding into the passenger seat. When the driver turned to her, she gasped. Pavel, that's me. And you're Paulina, he said, laughing. What are the odds getting hit by the same car twice in a few months? Paulina gave a sad smile. A lot's changed in my life. I live at 45 Pravda Street now. You know, the new buildings? I know it. Looks like we're neighbors, Pavel said, smiling. Sorry to pry, but why'd you move from that house to an apartment? My daughter and I dream of fresh air. I got divorced. My husband bought me this apartment, so I moved, Paulina replied. Mind if I ask what caused the divorce? You seem like a happy family not long ago, Pavel said. It's simple. I couldn't give my husband children, but his mistress got pregnant. Now, they're living in my house, enjoying life, and I'm in an apartment, Paulina said. Does that satisfy your curiosity? Can we be quiet now? I have a big day at work tomorrow. I'm sorry, Paulina. I didn't realize, Pavel said. They drove the rest of the way in silence. At her building, he smiled. We're neighbors. I live across the street. I hope this isn't our last meeting, but maybe next time under better circumstances. Paulina smiled back. I hope so too. She barely slept that night, thinking about work, the project, and Pavel. He was handsome, easy to talk to, and she caught herself hoping to see him again under better circumstances. The next morning, she overslept, horrified when she glanced at the clock. Rushing around her apartment, she dressed, applied minimal makeup, and tied her hair into a tight bun. Cursing herself for not calling a taxi, she ran outside. Good morning, neighbor, a familiar voice called. Turning, she sighed in relief. Pavel, save me. I'm late for an important meeting. I worked late on a project that could make or break my career. My boss says the client's picky, and I'm the only one who can convince them our project's the right fit, she explained as she hurried to his car. How can I say no to a beautiful woman? Though I'm rushing to a meeting myself, Pavel said. It's not far. Will you hit me yesterday, remember? Paulina looked at him pleadingly, and he noted her natural beauty, even with minimal makeup. All right, but on one condition. We drop the formalities, he said. Deal. Let's go. Paulina laughed. Parking the car, Pavel muttered, so much energy, positivity, warmth, amazing. He headed into the office building while Paulina rushed to Dennis's office. Dennis, did you see the project? I did everything I could and more. The construction's near a river, so I solved the flooding issue like this, she said, grabbing a pencil to show him on the blueprints. Dennis stared in awe. Paulina, your miracle. You did in one night what my best people couldn't figure out. The client's delayed, but it's all on you to present. Hearing a familiar voice, Paulina turned. Pavel, what are you doing here? What a pleasant surprise. I guess I'm that picky client you stayed up late for, Pavel said, smiling. Dennis tensed but relaxed, seeing their friendly vibe. Good morning, Pavel Borisovich. You know our Polina, he said, shaking hands. Good morning, Denis Alexandrovich. Yes, we're neighbors, Pavel replied. I'm sure I'll love the project. Polina, please. The meeting went smoothly, with Pavel impressed by Paulina's professionalism. I went to another firm with this issue, but their project failed. They couldn't solve the seasonal flooding problem. You did it, Paulina. It wasn't just me. Our whole team worked on the dream house project, she said modestly. I love it, Pavel said. Paulina, I'd like to invite you to the site where the house will be built to discuss some details. Tomorrow work for you. Paulina glanced at Dennis, who smiled. You and the client have great chemistry. Congrats, Paulina. You're leading this project to the end. Paulina was in high spirits all day. Her life was slowly coming together. She rarely thought of Yuri, now truly her ex-husband. Her friends noticed the way she looked at Pavel, and he didn't hide his admiration for her. Dennis, wanting the best for her, trusted her with the project, knowing how much it meant to her. At the end of the day, Paulina stepped out of the office, looking around, half expecting to see Pavel. What are you, 20? She laughed at herself, heading to the crosswalk this time. The next morning, as agreed, Paulina waited for Pavel. He was 30 minutes late, and she hated tardiness. Spotting him, she huffed. Pavel, I've been standing in the rain for half an hour. I'm so sorry, he said. My daughter's sick. She had a fever last night. I didn't have your number to warn you. Our trip's canceled. Is she okay? Paulina asked, softening. I could use your help. I don't want to leave her alone. I need to run to the pharmacy. How about you go home, and I'll handle it? Give me your number. Call me anytime you need anything, Pavel said. Paulina gave him her number and offered to pick up what he needed. 15 minutes later, she stood at Pavel's door with a bag of fruit and medicine. You're quick, he said, inviting her in. Take off your coat. You're soaked. I don't want you getting sick too. His apartment was modest, surprising Paulina given the budget for his house project. Over tea, they talked at length, including about his 5-year-old daughter, Eva, who was born healthy but diagnosed with a congenital heart condition. After a successful operation at 1 year old, she had an asthma attack a year later. Despite countless doctor visits, no one could fully cure her. Doctors recommended fresh air and a change of scenery, which inspired Pavel's dream house project. What do you do? It must be hard raising her alone, Paulina asked. It's tough, especially when she's sick. I'm terrified of another attack. When she's well, she goes to daycare, and I work as a mechanic at an auto shop. I manage, but I can't afford to fall behind. She depends on me. We're excited for the house. My friend from childhood has a sawmill near the site and wants me to join him. The house is Eva's idea. She named it Dream House. Paulina was amazed. You know the timber business? My father ran a woodworking business. It was profitable. I grew up in it. After my mother died, my father sold everything and moved on with another woman. I got a chunk of money and the riverside land. I studied forestry at an agricultural university, but became a mechanic since my skills weren't in demand here. I plan to move out of the city and do what I love. Paulina admired his sincerity, humor, and care for Eva. They were so engrossed in conversation that they didn't notice Eva walk in. Daddy, who's this lady? My love, how are you feeling? Pavel said, smiling. Come here, meet my friend Paulina, our neighbor. She came to help when she heard you were sick. Hi, Paulina, I'm Button, Eva said. She must like you. Button's a nickname for close friends, Pavel explained. It's so nice to meet you, Button. You're such a sweet, beautiful girl, Paulina said warmly. You're beautiful too. Do you have a button? Eva asked, curious. No, sadly, but I'd love a smart girl like you, Paulina replied sincerely. How about we order pizza and watch a movie? It's an unexpected day off, Pavel suggested. Eva clapped excitedly. Will Paulina stay? If you'll have me, I'd love to join, Paulina said, ruffling Eva's curls. The girl leaned into her, resting her head on Paulina's shoulder, touching her with her warmth and openness. From that day, a true friendship blossomed between Paulina and Pavel. Eva was thrilled to have Paulina around often. They played board games, watched educational animal films, and visited parks and zoos. Within a month, Paulina couldn't imagine life without Pavel and Eva, just as they couldn't imagine theirs without her. The dream house construction progressed rapidly. Paulina took on another complex project from Dennis and excelled, earning her colleagues' respect. They often sought her advice, and she never refused to help. One day, Dennis seemed off. Paulina noticed and decided to check on him. "Hey, can I make some coffee?" she asked, entering his office with a cup. "Paulina, come in." "You're always welcome," Dennis smiled. "Something's wrong. You're upset." "I can tell," she said. "You're right. Remember the money Yuri lent me? He's having business troubles, and Marina had a son. He's demanding I repay early. And that's not all. He says he won't keep paying the credit for your apartment. He's got his own family now." "Of course," Paulina said. "I was shocked the apartment was on credit, but I've been paying the bank regularly. I don't get how he can do this after all we went through. I sold my place and put everything into the house he's living in with her. I'd love to punch him, but he's too cowardly to meet. He just wants the money wired." "I'll manage," Paulina said. "The apartment's in my name. I'm earning well, and I have a great boss. I've learned my lesson. Young and naive, I never thought it'd end like this. He's got his son now, his priorities." "You're still making excuses for him," Dennis said. "Yulia and I will help. Our firm's reputation has soared thanks to you, so I'm giving you a well-deserved raise." "Thanks, dear. Can I leave early today? Everything's done, and I need to pick up a birthday gift for Eva. Pavel and I chose it." "Pavel and I, huh?" Dennis teased. "Is it serious?" "I don't know. Yulia says to trust fate. Pavel's a good man, and Button's a gem. They brought me back to life. My eyes are shining again. Don't let this chance slip," Yulia says. "She's right. Trust fate," Dennis said. "I'm so glad we're here for you, or you'd have gone mad from loneliness." A year later, Dennis marveled at the dream house. "You guys did an amazing job. Paulina, you nailed the river flooding issue. When are you moving in?" "When the time's right," Paulina said, patting her rounded belly. Pavel hugged his wife and kissed her cheek. "We're finishing the interior. We'll stay in the city until the baby's born, then decide. Eva's starting school, so it's better in the city for now." "Young family, well done," Dennis said. "I'm thrilled for you. Paulina, you're proof happiness is possible. Pavel, I'm here if you need help." "Thanks, Dennis. I'll need it," Pavel said. "I'm diving into woodworking. While Eva and the baby grow, I'll set up production here. My friend Slava's sawmill will supply us." "Amazing. But I'm not letting Paulina go," Dennis laughed. "I'm not leaving," Paulina said. "You and Yulia have done so much for me. I love my job, and the money's helpful." Dennis patted her shoulder, and Pavel clapped his friends. "Let's go to Yulia. She's with the kids. Eva and Petya are playing, and Yulia is setting the table." Paulina's life, once that of a betrayed woman, was coming together. Dennis's firm lawyer sorted out the apartment issue, and with her solid income, Paulina kept up with the credit payments. She lived with Pavel and Eva as the lady of their home. They married 6 months after meeting, and Eva was overjoyed to have a mom like her friends. Paulina became a true mother to her, their bond warm and trusting. Pavel adored his wife and valued her role in raising Eva, who was excited about a new sibling. Together, they shopped for baby supplies. Paulina couldn't imagine another life. One day, when Pavel was away on business, she went for a routine prenatal checkup, leaving Eva with Yulia. The doctor confirmed the baby was developing perfectly, with no issues despite Paulina's age. Elated, she stopped by a mall to pick out gifts for Eva and Petya. But there, she ran into Yuri, who froze upon seeing her pregnant. "Hi, this doesn't concern you," Paulina said coldly. "I heard you had a son. Congrats. I'm not thrilled to see you. Goodbye, Yuri." She walked away, leaving Yuri stunned, watching her go. At home, his son ran to greet him while Marina sat on the couch, engrossed in her phone. "Hi, wife. Dinner?" Yuri asked. Marina shot him an annoyed look. "I asked you to send me money. Did you forget? Is that all you have to say?" "You've been acting strange," Yuri said. "I'm not strange. I just don't like when you ignore my requests," she replied. "Requests? More like demands." "I'm having work troubles," Yuri said. "You're married to someone who managed things better. Look how that ended." "I need a new wardrobe. I don't want to be a frump like her," Marina snapped. "Don't you dare talk about Paulina. You're not worth her little finger." "If it weren't for our son," Yuri stopped, taking the boy to the playroom. Marina, realizing she'd gone too far, went to the kitchen to make dinner. Yuri tried to focus on his son, but the boy's innocent chatter about eating ice cream and walking with Uncle planted doubts. Later, Yuri casually asked Marina what they'd done that day. Her vague response, that nothing special happened, didn't sit right. That night, Yuri couldn't stop thinking about Paulina, how radiant she looked pregnant. The thought of her happiness with another man sparked irrational jealousy. The next day, instead of going to work, he followed Marina after sending her the money she'd asked for. To his shock, she didn't go shopping but took their son to a residential area, entering an apartment building. She emerged hours later, accompanied by a young man carrying their son. Furious but composed, Yuri held back, determined to uncover the truth. Meanwhile, Paulina, Pavel, and their friends planned to spend the weekend at the finished dream house. Paulina ran to her apartment to water her plants, taking Eva along. A knock at the door didn't surprise her. She assumed it was Pavel. "Button, check who's there," she called to Eva. "It's not Daddy," Eva said, calling Paulina over. Peering through the peephole, Paulina was stunned to see Yuri. "Yuri, why are you here?" she asked, opening the door. "I'm an idiot. Forgive me. I was so wrong. Let's start over," Yuri pleaded. Paulina glanced at Eva and smiled. "Button, check if we watered all the plants. I need a moment with this person." Eva nodded and left. "Yuri, are you out of your mind? I have a new life. I'm expecting a child with a man I love. You once said you were finally happy, that you'd have a son. Now I understand what you meant. I'm happy, Yuri. I have a daughter, and soon another child. I don't love you anymore. I'll let you go." "No, Paulina, you can't," Yuri said. "I'm divorcing Marina. She lied to me. The boy isn't mine. She's been taking him to his real father, living off my money. I'm alone. Come back to our house. I'll love your child like my own. Now you know how I felt when you betrayed me." Paulina said, "I was a loyal wife. You destroyed everything. It wasn't my fault we didn't have kids. You got what you wanted, Yuri. Karma caught up. I'm never coming back. Leave and don't come here again." Yuri was desperate. The door swung open, and Pavel appeared, having overheard the conversation. "Everything okay, darling? You and Button were gone a while. Dennis and Yulia are here. Petty is eager to see her." He glared at Yuri. "What are you doing here? This apartment's mine." "I have rights," Yuri said. "This is my wife's apartment," Pavel snapped. "You forgot what it means to be a man. What rights do you think you have?" "Yuri, go." "It's over," Paulina said. Yuri's eyes welled up. "I'm sorry, Paulina. Take care of her. She's one of a kind," he said to Pavel before leaving. "I won't let her go," Pavel replied coldly, closing the door. "You okay?" he asked Paulina. "I'm fine," she said, melting into his embrace. "Button, time to go," she called, and the three headed to their dream house. As the happy family left, chatting and laughing, they didn't notice Yuri watching from a car across the street, gripping the wheel, staring at the family he'd never have. 3 years later, By the river in their cozy paradise, the dream house buzzed with life. As usual, friends gathered for a joyful weekend. Pavel and Dennis manned the grill. Petya helped Eva teach her little brother, Bogdan, to ride a tricycle, while Polina and Yulia lounged by the river. I look at them and can't believe my happiness, Polina said. I can't imagine life without them. You earned this, Polina, Yulia said. I'm a bit jealous in a good way. Every day with you and Pavel is like a honeymoon. He'd move mountains for you. You're right, Polina said. Pavel's amazing. His business is thriving. I'm finishing your dream house project, so we'll be neighbors, living and raising our families together. The men called them to the table. Dennis grinned at Pavel. We're lucky, man. They exchanged looks, and the women laughed happily. Polina became Eva's true mother, never favoring her son, Bogdan, over her. Pavel was grateful for her devotion. Polina thanked fate for the good and bad, knowing now what a real family meant. Joy, love, and a life transformed when she least expected it. Every meeting had a purpose, and she'd learned to read fate's signs, seizing her happiness. Each day, watching Pavel play with the kids, their laughter filling the air, Polina thanked God for her second chance at a joyful, carefree future. She was loved, and she loved in return. At 40, she knew life was just beginning. Thank you for listening to the story until the end. Subscribe to the channel and share this video with your friends and loved ones. It motivates us to keep working on new stories every day. Don't miss the next amazing story that's about to appear on your screen. We're very grateful to have you with us. See you soon. Alina sat on the edge of a worn-out bed in her modest dorm room, her gaze fixed on a glass where dried petals of a wilted daisy floated. It was the only decoration in her space. Her neighbors often spent their evenings singing raucously and making noise in the shared hallway, which made Alina prefer to stay locked in her room. After growing up in an orphanage, this corner had become her temporary refuge, but offered no more comfort than the cold walls of the institution she'd left behind. The government had allocated a small sum for furnishing, but most of it went to repairs, replacing rotted pipes and patching up the shabby walls. Her prospects were dim, a low-paying job that barely covered daily expenses. Alina was flipping through a newspaper, scanning job listings that only highlighted her limited options. One ad caught her eye, a cleaning position at a nearby business center. The pay was decent for such work, and the commute was just a 15-minute walk. This is my chance, she thought. Carefully folding the newspaper, she stood up, the old furniture creaking under her weight. She rummaged through her sparse wardrobe for something suitable for an interview. A white blouse with a faint coffee stain on the hem and a grayish-brown skirt, the only items that didn't look blatantly worn out. Her fingers searched a shelf for a comb, each movement driven by determination to present herself respectably. In the reflection of a tiny mirror, Alina saw a tired but resolute young woman ready for change. The next morning, she stood outside the business center, its tall mirrored walls reflecting her slight frame. She arrived 10 minutes early, a habit ingrained from childhood. Well-dressed people rushed past, making her feel out of place, but she pushed down her fear and stepped inside. After checking in at the reception, she was led to a small office where the manager, Andrei Borisovic, awaited. He introduced himself warmly, a man in his 40s with a neat haircut and a friendly smile. His voice was gentle yet professional. Alina, thank you for coming. Let's discuss the details, he said. He outlined the job, maintaining cleanliness in the lobby, floors, and occasionally tenants' offices. Her reserved demeanor and precise answers seemed to impress him. The interview went smoothly, And to her relief, Andrei Borisovich offered her a trial period. We'll provide a uniform and a pass. You can start tomorrow, he said. Alina felt a weight lift from her shoulders, smiled, and nodded eagerly. This was her first real chance to change her life. But from the first days, it became clear that working at the business center required not just diligence, but patience. Her colleagues and office workers barely noticed her, which sometimes made the job easier, but often reminded her how invisible she was. One day, she overheard two men talking about how it must be tough to be such a plain girl. She tried not to react, but the sting of loneliness grew sharper. On the top floor, in an office with panoramic windows, three young men idled away their time. Sergei, the son of a prominent businessman, exuded arrogance. He proposed a bet to his friends. See that janitor on the parking lot? I bet I can make him fall if I scare him. $1,000 on the line. His friends laughed and took the bet. Smirking, Sergei stepped onto the balcony, pressed his car key fob, and his sports car roared to life. The startled elderly man stumbled and fell, sparking laughter among the group. Another win. Sergei crowed, shaking hands with his friends. But then the office door swung open, and Vladimir Sergeyevich, Sergei's father, appeared, a man with gray hair and a steely gaze. His presence instantly shifted the room's atmosphere. "Everyone out," he barked. His son's friends left without a word. Alone, Vladimir approached the desk, downed a glass of whiskey in one gulp, and turned to Sergei. "You're becoming a disgrace," he said sharply. Sergei tried to protest, but his father cut him off. "I don't need your excuses. Find yourself, or you're done." The words lingered in Sergei's mind, though his pride kept him from admitting his father was right. For Alina, the job was a test. She adjusted to the schedule, tasks, and even the ill-fitting uniform, which became her badge of survival. She found an ally in Natalia Ivanovna, a kind older cleaner who often encouraged her with warm words. One day, Andrei Borisovich called Alina in. "We're hosting a corporate event," he said. "We need someone for the night shift to clean up. It pays double." Understanding the chance to earn more, Alina agreed, though the thought of working late into the night stirred unease, as if sensing looming changes. The evening came quickly, and the corporate event, which dragged on late, left the meeting hall in chaos. Exhausted from her day's shift, Alina settled into a small staff room with a sagging mattress, a rickety chair, and a flickering bulb, more like a forgotten closet than a place to rest. Outside, employees in glittering attire passed by noisily. Through a crack in the curtain, Alina glimpsed them, some clumsily leaning on each other with champagne glasses in hand. Asterisk for them, it's a celebration. For me, it's just another workday asterisk, she thought, wrapping herself in her old sweater. To pass the time, she pulled out a tattered detective novel, its familiar pages a small comfort. For a moment, in the quiet room, she let herself escape, forgetting the need to return to the hall. As the party's noise faded, she decided it was time to start cleaning. Donning gloves and grabbing a cart with supplies, she headed to the meeting hall, her heart beating faster with each step, fatigue giving way to anxiety. Opening the door, she expected to find only the aftermath of the party. Empty glasses, scattered napkins, spilled wine. Instead, her eyes fell on three men still seated at the table. Sergei and his friends, Igor and Danilo, their ties loosened, glasses half empty. One was telling a story that sent the others into fits of laughter. Spotting Alina, Sergei raised a hand, gesturing toward her. "Come in, clean up. We won't bother you," he said with a slight smirk. Alina, eyes down, began tidying the far end of the room, trying to be invisible. But she felt their gazes. Their conversation grew louder and sharper with each drink. Ever thought about who you'd bring to a wedding to shock everyone? Igor asked Sergey. I'd bring the cleaner. Who cares? As long as everyone buys it serious. Sergey laughed, glancing at Alina. Her hands froze on the mop handle. She pretended not to hear, but her cheeks flushed. She knew the comment was about her, but refused to react. Bet you couldn't pull it off, Danilo taunted, grinning. Nonsense. Get ready to lose. It'll be easier than you think, Sergey shot back, raising his glass. Alina finished her work, avoiding their eyes, and left quietly. But Sergey's words echoed in her mind. The next morning, Sergey, hung over, barely made it to a board meeting. His father, Vladimir Sergeyevich, led the discussion on a major new contract. Sergey, trying to stay unnoticed, took a seat at the table's end. The meeting dragged on, talks of strategy and negotiations blurring together. All he heard clearly was the irritation in his father's voice. When it ended, Vladimir called him back. You think this job is a game? Every mistake you make costs me more than you can imagine, he snapped. Sergey felt resentment boil inside. Tired of being his father's punching bag, he retorted, maybe you should stop expecting me to fail, and stormed out. Meanwhile, Alina returned to her routine, only to be approached by Andrei Borisovich again. We have another event, he said. Can you stay for an extra shift? It's a good chance to earn more. Alina agreed, knowing the money would help, though the tension around Sergey lingered in her thoughts. That evening, as the business center quieted, she heard familiar voices, Sergey and his friends, up to something in the meeting hall. Their loud laughter echoed through the floors. When she entered to collect trash, Sergey approached, his tone a mix of mockery and command. Come with me to an event. Pick something decent to wear, and I'll pay generously, he said, holding out cash. Alina froze, anger surging inside. She wanted to snap back, but instead turned and walked away, leaving him stunned. Her mind raced. She couldn't afford to lose the job, but she wouldn't submit to humiliating demands. Natalia Ivanovna, the veteran cleaner, noticed Alina's distress. What's wrong, dear? Tell me, she asked, placing a caring hand on her shoulder. Alina exhaled, trying to steady herself. Sometimes it feels like people see us as nothing, like we don't even deserve respect, she said quietly. Don't let them break you, Natalia replied with a warm smile. If someone tries to put you down, it's because their own life is lacking. Her words felt like advice, but doubts still churned inside Alina. She knew she faced a choice that could change her life. The next morning, Alina woke with a heavy heart, Sergey's words haunting her. She couldn't ignore the humiliation, but risking her job by confronting him was dangerous. As her thoughts swirled, the staff room door opened. Natalia Ivanovna stood there with a steaming cup of tea. Drink this, dear, she said softly, setting it on the table. I know you're facing a tough choice, but sometimes you need to see things from another angle. Alina nodded gratefully, the warm drink calming her. Natalia sat beside her, watching closely. If you choose to go along, it's not giving up. It's doing what's best for your future, she added. The words made sense, but Alina still felt conflicted. Yet a plan formed. She wouldn't let things stay as they were. She'd show Sergey she couldn't be broken. That evening, before the event, Alina visited a small shop and chose a simple but elegant black dress with long sleeves and a modest neckline. It flattered her figure while maintaining restraint. Here we go, she murmured, studying her reflection in the dressing room mirror, striving for confidence. At the business center's entrance, Sergey froze for a moment when he saw her. The dress, her natural beauty, and her steady gaze stripped away his usual bravado. You look good, he said, trying to sound casual, though his voice betrayed unease. Alina nodded without responding, signaling she was ready to play along. They drove to the event in tense silence. The evening was lavish, the hall gleaming with gold and crystal. Guests chatted animatedly, champagne in hand. Sergei and Alina entered together, drawing eyes. Some guests froze in surprise. Well, sneered Artem, one of Sergei's friends approaching. You actually did it. Bravo. Sergei shot him a dark look, then glanced at Alina, searching for her reaction. She remained composed, which seemed to irritate him more. Later, when Sergei stepped away, Artem sidled up to Alina, his tone provocative. Listen, girl, you'll go far with your talents. So what he bought you? He asked, smirking. Alina, her anger rising, met his gaze coldly. Excuse me, but I'm not here to discuss anything with you. Focus on yourself, she said calmly. Artem laughed, but backed off, disarmed by her resolve. When Sergei returned, he sensed something had happened, but Alina deftly changed the subject, avoiding unnecessary drama. She carried herself with poise, radiating a confidence that earned nods of respect even from Sergei's harshest critics. After the event, back at the business center, Alina changed into her regular clothes and tried to slip away unnoticed. But Sergei caught up to her at the exit. Wait, he said, grabbing her arm. Thank you for coming. I know I was wrong. Alina looked at him but said nothing, her silence louder than words. She pulled her arm free and walked away, leaving him alone under the cold night sky. The next day, tension in the business center grew. Whispers about Sergei and Alina spread like wildfire. Some colleagues looked at Alina with surprise, others with judgment. I heard she was with him at the party. Wonder how much she was paid, someone whispered in the hallway. Alina pretended not to hear, but her confidence began to crack. She felt trapped in a web of others' judgments, her name tainted. Natalia Ivanovna remained her only support, encouraging her that such gossip stemmed from others' emptiness, not her actions. But even those kind words couldn't ease the growing urge to change something. Sergei, too, felt the fallout. His friends began avoiding him, and his father grew colder and more demanding. At one meeting, Vladimir asked pointedly, "Do you realize this affects not just you but the company?" Sergei nodded silently, but his mind churned with the need to break free from being a pawn in others' games. He couldn't shake thoughts of Alina or the guilt over how he'd treated her. One morning, Alina got a call from an unfamiliar number. It was Andrei Borisovich. "Hello, I just wanted to check in. How are you?" he asked. Surprised that anyone from the center cared, Alina replied curtly, "I'm fine. How can I help?" He continued, "We have a new opening, administrator. Given your experience, I thought you'd be a good fit." Alina was stunned. Why her? But curiosity won out. When she returned to the familiar building, mixed emotions washed over her. She'd once been nearly invisible here, noticed only for the cleanliness she left behind. Now, she had a chance to prove she was more. The interview exceeded her expectations. Andrei Borisovich asked about her experience and mentioned the company needed someone to boost morale among staff. "You're strong, Alina. I see it," he said. "Don't let anyone convince you otherwise." His words touched her, and she realized this opportunity might be worth pursuing. Meanwhile, Sergei took a step he'd long avoided. He visited the orphanage where he'd once found old archives. The place, though unfamiliar, reminded him of a childhood when he still believed he could be more than just a rich heir. In the archives, he found letters from his grandfather, who'd built the family business from nothing. Reading words of determination and faith, Sergei realized how far he'd strayed from those ideals. "How could I betray all this?" he whispered, his eyes on a photo of his grandfather outside the company's first modest factory. He felt a mission not to destroy, but to preserve and grow that legacy. Alina started her new role as administrator. Adjusting to the responsibility was tough. She lacked management experience, but she made up for it with persistence. Colleagues noticed her efforts and began respecting her ability to solve problems efficiently. One evening, lingering in the office, she ran into Sergey in the hallway. He seemed surprised. "You're back?" he asked. "On different terms," she replied coolly. Her calm made him uneasy. He saw a confident, strong woman, no longer someone he could intimidate or belittle. "I'm glad you're here," he said finally. Alina nodded and walked away, leaving him with unspoken words. Determined to make amends, Sergey spent a night reflecting on how to prove his change. He met with his father, Vladimir, who was surprised by the request for a personal meeting. Usually, such talks involved pleas for money or leniency, but this time, Sergey was serious. "Father, I want to propose a new project," he began. He outlined a program to support young professionals and those without experience, arguing it would enhance the company's image and attract talent. "It's a good idea," Vladimir said dryly. "But are you sure you can handle it?" "I'm sure," Sergey replied firmly. For the first time, his father saw a resolve that had previously been just talk. Alina learned of the project through a company email, surprised that Sergey was behind it. When they next met, he approached her. "I want to talk," he said. "About what?" she asked, pausing. "About how I've changed and want to prove it to you," he replied. Alina studied him, sensing something deeper behind his words. She faced a choice: give him another chance or forge her own path. The next morning, Sergey was determined to prove his sincerity. At a meeting, his father asked him to present his plan, a test, as Vladimir's colleagues eyed him skeptically. Sergey stood tall, speaking clearly and confidently. He detailed the program, emphasizing investment in training and career growth for newcomers. His speech was compelling, though the room's faces read, "Let's see if he delivers." Alina, watching from a distance, noticed the change in him. He was no longer the arrogant man who'd looked down on her. Though doubts lingered, she couldn't deny he was working on himself. That evening, Sergey approached Alina again. "I need your ideas," he said. "You have experience I lack." She frowned, assessing him. "You're serious about me helping you?" Her tone was more surprised than hostile. "Yes, you're smart, and I know I can't do this right without you," he said earnestly. Alina hesitated but agreed, insisting their collaboration stay professional. They began developing the program's details: resources, recruits, training courses. Their meetings grew productive, but Alina kept her distance, wary of past humiliations. Sergey stayed focused, avoiding flirtation, knowing one wrong word could shatter her fragile trust. Outside the office, gossip persisted. Artem, Sergey's former friend, spread mocking rumors that Sergey was infatuated with a poor girl who knows nothing of real life. Alina ignored them, but her confidence wavered. Her position felt precarious. The breaking point came when a colleague confronted her publicly. "Think you got here just on talent? I heard you've got a patron in Sergey. How far did you go for this job?" The words, spoken in front of others, were the final straw. Anger and pain surged in Alina. She turned, locking eyes with her accuser. "My work here is the result of my effort and determination. Your talent for spreading vile rumors only shows how little you value yourself," she said coldly. Silence fell. Colleagues, embarrassed, dispersed. That evening, Natalia Ivanovna told Sergey about the incident, outraged. "If you've really changed, do something. You owe it to her," she said firmly. Sergey didn't argue. The next day, in front of his father and staff, he addressed everyone, declaring that slander or disrespect toward colleagues would face serious consequences. His words were sharp but necessary. Afterward, he approached Alina and apologized for what she'd endured. "Thank you," she said quietly, but it's not enough to change everyone's minds. Sergey nodded. I know, but I'll start with myself. In that moment, a new bond formed, not based on guilt or obligation, but mutual respect. Sergey seemed to have truly turned a corner, showing leadership qualities no one had seen before. Alina felt more confident, seeing her contributions valued and realizing her potential. The project they developed together neared completion. Weekly meetings lost their earlier tension, bringing them closer. Alina noticed Sergey focused less on status and more on real tasks. But skeptics remained. Victor, the marketing head, openly doubted the project's success at a meeting. You expect me to invest in something doomed from the start? He asked, eyeing Sergey. Though irritated, Sergey replied calmly. If you have doubts, suggest something better. This project is for those who want to make a real impact. If that's not you, no one's forcing you. The room froze. It was a bold move, and it worked. Victor fell silent, and the discussion continued. Alina felt respect for Sergey's restraint. The project gained attention beyond the company, drawing journalists. Sergey and Alina were invited for an interview to discuss their initiative. Alina was nervous but saw it as a door to new opportunities. The interview went well. Sergey spoke of strategic goals, while Alina shared her personal journey and the project's potential to help those in tough situations. When asked how they started working together, Sergey paused, then said, I learned that people with different experiences can teach each other a lot. That's the essence of team. Alina smiled, sensing more behind his words. After, he thanked her. You were amazing, he said. We're doing this together, she replied, though she felt something shifting inside her. Vladimir continued to scrutinize Sergey's progress, seeing the project as a test of his son's readiness for bigger roles. One evening, he called Sergey to his office. Tell me honestly, do you understand what you're doing? He asked, peering over his glasses. Yes, Sergey replied firmly. Then don't fail, Vladimir said, ending the conversation. Sergey left, knowing this was both a professional and personal trial. The project's launch day was pivotal. The office buzzed with tension. Some expected failure, others hoped for success. Representatives, journalists, and partners filled the hall. Sergey, palms sweating, stood backstage with Alina, who calmly reviewed her notes. Her focus steadied him. You'll do great, he said, more to reassure her than himself. Just don't forget why we're doing this, she replied, offering a small smile. Sergey spoke first, his voice steadying as he outlined the project's goals. Alina's speech was the highlight, her story of overcoming hardship resonating deeply. The audience erupted in applause, some clapping before she finished. Afterward, they left the hall, tension easing. That was incredible, Sergey said, trying not to sound too excited. You weren't bad either, Alina teased, suppressing a grin. Vladimir approached, his expression unusually soft. Good work, he said to Sergey, then turned to Alina. Especially from you. His words touched her deeply. The project's success drew partnership requests, but new challenges arose. Alina and Sergey spent long hours in the office. One night, exhausted, Alina reached for cold coffee when Sergey entered with 2 fresh cups. Reading my mind? She asked, taking one. Just know how you roll, he said, smiling. They sat in quiet, savoring the moment. Alina noticed how much Sergey had changed. No longer the shallow man she'd met, but someone driven and respectful. You've changed too, he said suddenly. In what way? She asked, smiling lightly. For the better, he replied, holding her gaze. Alina felt a mix of emotions she'd long ignored. But challenges persisted. Victor continued to obstruct, and Artem fueled trouble by accusing Sergey of using the project for PR. Alina, furious, knew the accusations could harm their team. Sergei didn't defend himself publicly, but arranged a press meeting to clarify the project's goals. Alina insisted on joining. They presented evidence of the project's success, including testimonials from participants, discrediting Artem. After, under a light rain, Sergei thanked Alina for standing by him. "You'd have managed," she said, but her tone held more than professional support. Sergei felt an urge to confess his feelings, but held back as Alina smiled and walked to her car, tossing over her shoulder, "We've got more work to do." The project grew, attracting international interest. A major company offered a partnership, but a critical file was corrupted hours before a key presentation. Alina, devastated, sat with her head in her hands. Sergei found her and said, "We'll fix this together." His confidence was infectious. They worked through the night, rebuilding the documents. At the presentation, Sergei was composed despite exhaustion, and the partners signed the contract. "You're getting too good at saving the day," Alina teased. "Maybe I have a good role model," he replied sincerely. When Artem tried again to undermine Sergei, Vladimir expelled him from the building. But doubts lingered. Sergei addressed the team, admitting past skepticism but vowing to continue for the project's mission. No one challenged him, and trust began to grow. Alina, watching, felt her doubts fade. Late one night, Sergei approached her. "I was always scared of responsibility, of failing. You showed me strength isn't loud words. It's action," he said. "Let me be there for you, not just as a colleague, but as someone who wants to make you happy." Alina froze, his words stirring her. "You already do," she said, smiling softly. Months later, the project was a company triumph. Sergei earned more responsibility from his father, but his greatest joy was being with Alina. One weekend, in a park, he stopped and pulled out a velvet box. "I thought I was saving you, but you saved me. Alina, will you marry me?" Tears of joy filled her eyes as she nodded. Years later, they lived in a cozy apartment with city views, balancing their thriving project and time for each other. One autumn evening, Alina, in a robe, worked on reports when Sergei returned. "Singapore partners, questions, questions," he sighed. "Who else would handle them?" she teased, closing her laptop. He kissed her forehead. Their talk was interrupted by their daughter Liza's cry. Sergei scooped her up, soothing her gently. Alina watched, warmth in her heart, seeing a caring father. Later, on their balcony under a starry sky, Sergei draped a blanket over her. "I used to think success was money and fame. Now I know it's being here with you and Liza," he said. Alina smiled. "It wasn't an easy road, but I wouldn't change a step." They embraced their imperfect journey, forging a bond stronger than any challenge. As a car's headlights streaked below and distant laughter echoed, they stood quietly, grateful fate had brought them together. Thank you for listening to the story until the end. Subscribe to the channel and share this video with your friends and loved ones. It motivates us to keep working on new stories every day. Don't miss the next amazing story that's about to appear on your screen. We're very grateful to have you with us. See you soon. Emily Johnson, 20 years old, unmarried, no children. "I'm from an orphanage," said Sarah Miller, the HR manager, holding a resume and occasionally glancing at the young woman sitting across from her. "So young, and you've decided to apply for this position?" Sarah asked, peering over the paper. Emily merely shrugged modestly, lowering her gaze. She hadn't been mute from birth, but for many years she hadn't spoken a word due to a horrific tragedy she had miraculously survived. Sarah shook her head. "The result of a car accident that killed your parents." My condolences, a true tragedy. At the mention of the accident, Emily flinched. Flashes of memories from the past flickered before her eyes. Sweetie, sweetie, her mother had cried, hugging her little girl tightly. Don't be afraid. Her father's voice came from the driver's seat, but then the car was rocked by a terrifying impact. Mom, little Emily screamed, painfully hitting her shoulder against something. The world spun before her eyes as shards of glass rained down from all sides. Metal screeched, and her father, unbuckled, was thrown through the windshield onto the road. Emily opened her mouth to call for help, but no sound came out. Not a word, not even a whimper. The stress seemed to have robbed her of her ability to speak. It was dark, cold, and terrifying. She shook her mother's shoulder, but the woman's hand only fell limply beside her. A childhood trauma, then? Sarah asked, pulling Emily back to reality. Emily rummaged in her pocket and pulled out a cardboard sign with the word yes. Then she reached back into her pocket and retrieved another sign. I can't speak, but I understand everything you say. Poor girl, Sarah said, shaking her head, genuinely feeling sorry for Emily. You've been through so much. Emily nodded, her shoulders slumping. Right after the accident, she was sent to a hospital. Then social services came and placed her in a boarding school. There, they even tried to help her with a psychologist who, without much effort, conducted a few therapy sessions. Post-traumatic stress, the so-called specialist had said, throwing up his hands. She shut down after the shock. It's hard to do anything or make predictions. She might speak again, or she might not. Another stressful event could trigger it. But for now, he shrugged, showing his helplessness. Truth be told, he hadn't tried very hard. You got a good high school diploma, though. It's a shame you don't have a college degree. You're smart, but you'll have to work as a janitor, Sarah said, shaking her head. Emily just shrugged. She left the orphanage still mute, and despite her excellent academic record, she couldn't get into college. Who would want a mute orphan? She wanted to say it, but her pocket held only cards with common phrases used in conversation. Honestly, we'd prefer someone simpler, Sarah said doubtfully. Emily sighed heavily, nodding in understanding. This wasn't the first interview that ended in rejection. Some employers had even kicked her out of their offices as soon as they learned of her condition. Emily stood up from her chair, head bowed. But I feel sorry for you, Sarah concluded. Let's do this. You'll have a 3-month probation period. If you do well, we'll formalize it as part of a program to integrate people with special needs into society. Emily smiled in disbelief and pulled out a card that said, "Thank you." A small spark of hope ignited in her heart. This office was the first place that didn't reject her, and Sarah was the only person in months to show her compassion. The pay's not much, but the duties are simple. You need to be punctual and do your job perfectly, Sarah said firmly. You don't need to talk to be a janitor, but the floors must always be spotless. Can you handle that? Emily nodded eagerly and showed a card with yes. For the first time in a long time, life had offered her something good. The job of a janitor wasn't prestigious, but it was honest, paid work. Maybe things will get better now, Emily thought timidly. Maybe I can start a new life here. But no miracle happened. Weeks passed since the interview, and Emily worked hard, trying not to draw attention to herself. Yet the office gossipers only needed fuel for their cruelty. Why are people so mean? Emily thought sadly as she passed a group of managers who immediately started snickering and pointing at her. When she started at this office, she couldn't have imagined that every single employee would come to gawk at her on her first day, as if she were some exotic animal. A new kind of servant who won't blab, one manager had crudely joked. Emily tried to ignore the blatant bullying. She was used to people mocking her, staying strong, but inside, she cried every day, longing only to be left alone. She probably sleeps with one of the bosses. That's why they hired a mute, so she can't tell the wife, whispered the secretaries. Those jabs hurt too, completely undeserved. The women in the office were even crueler than the men, partly because, despite her condition, Emily was quite attractive, sparking unwarranted jealousy among her colleagues. Look, there goes our beauty queen, one of the security guards sneered, snapping his tongue, pulling Emily from her sad thoughts. Oh, don't get me started, his partner agreed. Our silent princess is a looker, even if she can't talk. The guards laughed smugly, their greasy gazes lingering on Emily's figure. None of them ever offered help or showed basic human decency. Emily hurried past, not wanting to stay in their company any longer than necessary. Feeling their uncomfortable attention, Emily slipped into the elevator to head to her floor. A rough voice immediately rang out. "What's this, the weakling?" a manager sneered. Some nerd in glasses, another chimed in. Who in their right mind would choose to be a janitor at 20? Life's just starting. You could study or do something better. Even without a degree, there are better jobs out there. The manager smirked, making a mocking face meant to imitate Emily's muteness. She didn't bother deciphering their crude antics. "What you deaf to?" "Ignoring me?" the manager snapped, suddenly shoving Emily's shoulder. She stumbled, crashing into the elevator wall, barely catching herself. She exhaled heavily, pain shooting through her as she hit a handrail. To make matters worse, the cardboard card she used to communicate spilled from her pocket. "What's this?" the manager grinned, picking up the white rectangles. Emily lunged to collect them, but he pushed her back. "Thank you, please. I can't speak, but I understand everything you say." "What? Are you a prompter or something?" he laughed, showing the cards to the others. Emily curled up in the corner, pulling her knees to her chest. She was hurt, scared, and deeply humiliated by the fresh wave of undeserved mockery. "What did I ever do to them?" she thought bitterly, tears welling in her eyes. "Look at her." The bully pointed, still holding her cards. "We're just joking." With that, he tossed the cards at her, letting them rain down like paper confetti. "Everyone's like this, just like on the internet. What did I do to deserve this?" Emily felt a heavy pain spread through her, filling every cell with bitter sorrow. The world, like this elevator, felt like a vile prison, each day bringing only suffering. The managers kept laughing, as if relishing her tears. Emily didn't even know where to hide from their cruel stares. Their voices struck like vicious blows, piercing the depths of her soul. "I can't even respond, can't defend myself, or ask for help," she thought mournfully, alone with her pain and fear, trapped in her silence. "What's with all the drama? Think anyone's going to feel sorry for you?" A harsh voice boomed above her. "Want me to be your protector? You'd have to work hard to make me want to defend you." No voice, but the rest of you's fine. Another burst of laughter followed, and Emily's heart clenched at such cruel treatment. Her eyes filled with tears of silent despair, her heart empty of anything but helplessness and hopelessness. She longed to break free from these degrading chains, to feel a friendly shoulder to lean on and share her pain. "Leave her alone, Max," a voice suddenly cut through. It was a guy in glasses. Emily flinched, entangled in a web of mockery and abuse, drowning in a sea of dark emotions. She huddled in the corner, her lips trembling as she held back tears. "What's this, a hero?" Max sneered. "You're just an intern, barely out of college, and you're already barking at senior staff?" Max turned from Emily, looming threateningly over James Carter. Though James looked quiet and harmless, he couldn't stand by. "You can laugh at me all you want," he whispered, "but leave her alone." Emily looked at him with mixed feelings. She was grateful for her unexpected defender, but she knew this would make James an outcast too. Bullies like Max hated being challenged, and Emily was sure he'd never let James forget this. What's that, hero? Not talking, Max said menacingly. I've said all I need to, James replied, looking away. Tension hung in the elevator, thick enough to touch. The mockers behind Max snickered, but James clenched his teeth, enduring their taunts. A melodic chime broke the moment as the elevator doors opened, releasing its passengers. We'll talk later, weirdo, Max threw out as he exited, the others following with meaningful glances. We're outcasts now, Emily thought sadly, picking up her card from the floor. Don't mind them. They're just idiots, James said, his voice trembling as he crouched to help her gather the rectangles. Despite everything, Emily was grateful for his attempt. Perhaps for the first time in her life, she'd met a guy who stood up for her against a crowd stronger and higher in status. Emily gently touched James's shoulder and showed him a card that said, "Thank you." Weeks passed, and that fateful elevator encounter changed both James and Emily's lives, intertwining them. They spent more time together, and before they knew it, their mutual sympathy blossomed into romance. I don't get why they pick on you, James said, handing Emily a coffee cup. You're so kind, gentle, peaceful. Can people really not stand anyone even slightly different? I wish I knew, Emily thought, smiling and shrugging. Her heart fluttered at James's unassuming charm. In him, she'd found her protector, whose company helped her not lose hope and keep her inner light alive. Their bond grew stronger each day, weaving their hearts with tender threads of attachment. Emily reached in her pocket, but pulled out a small notebook instead of card. You didn't have to defend me back then. Why did you do it? She wrote, showing the page to James. I couldn't just watch them humiliate and mock you. You're special, that's all. No one deserves the pain they cause you every day, he replied. Now you're an outcast too, Emily wrote, sighing sadly. Believe me, I don't regret it, James said, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. Since I met you in that elevator, I realize you're the light in my darkness, my inspiration, my purpose. Emily felt her cheeks flush at her beloved's words. For the first time, she was truly happy with someone. Look at them cooing, one of the guards laughed. As if on cue, they were in a remote hallway. What? You've claimed our silent princess, the guard asked James mockingly. Tell everyone what a cute couple we've got. His partner chuckled. Leave us alone, James frowned. Oh, how scary, the guard sneered, stepping closer, grabbing James by the collar, and pulling him forward. Feeling noble, huh? Been a while since you got a good smack. Someone's coming. Let's go. The second guard stopped him. All right, live for now. Losers, they laughed, walking away. You okay? Emily wrote, looking at James with concern. Just my pride's bruised, he smiled, straightening his wrinkled collar. Listen, why don't you come over tonight? We can talk properly without hiding in corners. Emily frowned, writing, Is everything okay? I'm worried. Don't worry, it's fine. My mom's sick, but some company might do her good. I'll wait for you after work and show you where we live. Emily smiled shyly and nodded. Her eyes lit up, her heart skipping a beat. Instead of words, she hugged James tightly, feeling his warmth blend with hers. Over these days, they developed their own language, understood only by them. For the first time, Emily couldn't wait for the workday to end. She felt a mix of nerves, excitement, and anticipation about meeting James again. She longed to see his smile, get lost in his eyes, and hear his voice. For an orphanage-raised girl, stepping into his home meant opening the heart of someone she trusted completely. There you are, James said joyfully, seeing her at the office entrance. She ran to him, hugged him, and kissed his cheek. They quickly reached his building and climbed to his floor. James jangled his keys, opening a creaky door covered in worn leatherette. Here's our place. Don't judge too harshly, he said, embarrassed, leading her inside. Emily squeezed his hand affectionately, then curiously looked around the small entryway. It was a modest apartment, clearly in need of repairs, showing a family barely making ends meet. Don't mind the old stuff. It's got soul and history. James smiled, a bit shy under Emily's gaze. I dream of fixing it up someday, but right now, there are more important things. I save all my money for my mom's medicine. I love her and would do anything to help her recover. James, we have a guest. A woman's voice called from the room. Yeah, Mom. I want you to meet Emily, he replied a bit sheepishly. Light footsteps sounded, and a tall, slender, almost gaunt woman appeared in the hallway. Emily tried to smile politely, but her gaze filled with compassion. James's mother looked truly ill. Sharp cheekbones, thin limbs like twigs, and blue veins visible through porcelain skin, marked by countless IVs. I'm Angela, she said with a weak smile. Come to the kitchen, let's sit. Emily nodded, finding the simple setup cozy, filled with pleasant smells and neatly kept. James, take care of our guest. Pour Emily some tea. Angela smiled. What a beautiful sunset today. I wish I could go for a walk, she said dreamily, turning her face to the pink rays of the setting sun. How's work going? Angela asked. Mom, really? James grumbled. Everything's fine. Great team. Nice boss. Emily wrote in her notebook. God willing, that's true, Angela said, looking at her son. James sipped his tea, avoiding her gaze. He hadn't told her about the workplace troubles, but she couldn't miss the bad moods he often brought home. It's good you two met. James seems different with you, Emily. More mature? Maybe, Angela said. Mom, stop. James smiled, embarrassed. Your son is a wonderful person and helps me so much, Emily wrote, showing the notebook to Angela with a smile. Oh, kids, I hope everything works out for you, Angela said, taking their hands. Emily felt a warm glow spread through her chest at Angela's smile. She'd never seen such love and understanding as in James's home. Now she understood why her beloved grew up to be such a good person. Emily, forgive me for asking, but James mentioned you grew up in an orphanage, Angela said cautiously. My parents died when I was very young, Emily wrote. I'm sorry for bringing it up. Angela shook her head. I just wanted to say you'll always be welcome here. I'll accept you like my own daughter and will always be glad if you visit again. Angela placed her hand over Emily's, and tears welled in Emily's eyes. For the first time, she felt complete acceptance and understanding she'd never known. They continued their leisurely conversation about everything under the sun. Emily didn't want to leave such a cozy home, but work awaited the next day. Thank you for welcoming me so warmly. I promise to visit often, she wrote in her notebook. Thank you, son. Walk Emily home. Angela smiled. Emily headed to the entryway to get dressed. James soon joined her, helped her with her coat, and they stepped outside. The sunset had long faded, and a cool freshness chilled their skin. I'm so glad we met, Emily wrote. You're the best thing that's ever happened to me. James replied softly, You're the best thing in my life, too. Their faces drew close, and Emily closed her eyes, her lashes brushing her cheeks as she leaned forward and kissed him. Days passed since that visit, and their love only grew stronger, uniting their hearts completely. They stopped hiding their feelings, even at the office. Can you believe it? They say there's a mole in the office, James said, meeting Emily during lunch. Digging up secrets and stealing carrots, Emily wrote with a smile. If only, James chuckled. Someone's leaking important info to competitors, causing major losses for the company. That's serious? Emily wrote, looking at him with concern. Yeah, James nodded. The directors even got security involved, searching for the culprit on every floor, practically interrogating everyone. In the storage room, Emily wrote, They don't have the right, but when it's about big money, anything goes, James grimaced. Security's checking computers, digging through our network, even reading messages. Emily shook her head, slightly relieved she wasn't caught up in the chaos. As a simple janitor, she had no access to data, so she was automatically above suspicion. Right now, they're searching our department while everyone's at lunch, James said. Hey, you. A stern male voice interrupted. Come here. Two men in black suits with grim expressions surrounded James. Their looks promised nothing good. What's going on? James exclaimed, feeling them grab his arms. Good afternoon. I'm Charles. A third man introduced himself, approaching calmly. Internal security. We found data transfers of very interesting content on your computer. Care to comment? No, I don't know anything. James cried in panic. All right, take him to my office, Charles ordered. His two assistants dragged the struggling James to the elevator, not letting him say a word in his defense. Emily froze, watching in horror. Fear gripped her, making even her insides tremble. This couldn't be true. It just couldn't. James was such a good person. It's not him, she wrote, shoving the note at Charles. Trust me, I'm not accusing anyone without reason. We'll sort it out, Charles said with a polite smile, then turned and followed his assistants. The office erupted in scandal after the culprit was caught. The company director, Michael Thompson, known for his harsh demeanor, was ready to tear James apart. It wasn't me. Why would I steal data? James repeated, standing before the director, sweating profusely. Then why is it all on your computer? The messages? Michael shouted back. It's a mistake. James pleaded. There's no mistake. I checked everything myself. Charles interjected. All the data leaks and critical file transfers came from your workstation. I'm just an intern. How would I have access to anything important? James appealed to reason. Anyone determined enough will find a way, Michael dismissed. It was clear no one believed James. The evidence was overwhelming. If you're caught, you answer for it, Michael said coldly, deciding to make James the scapegoat for all the company's losses, real and imagined. Here's the deal, Michael glared. You'll cover all the damages. I think that's fair. Otherwise, we go to the police, and it becomes a real criminal case. How can you do this without investigating? James exclaimed. We've investigated, Michael snapped. I've already taken your documents from HR to make an example of you. You're fired. Pay back the debts, sell your apartment, take out a loan, I don't care. Just give me the money. James tried to stand, but Charles's assistants held him down with heavy hands on his shoulders. Michael was in his right. No one could tell him how to run his company. James left the office, his knees buckling. His gaze was hollow, his face etched with deep worry. Emily appeared instantly, having waited to see how the meeting ended. I can't believe this happened. Why are they accusing you? You're innocent, she wrote. I don't understand it myself. James shook his head. I've never touched anyone else's computer. I don't even own a flash drive to copy data. You need serious equipment to pull that off. What happens now? Do they fire you? Emily wrote. Worse, they're demanding I cover the damages I didn't even cause. I feel so powerless and betrayed. We have to do something. We can't just let this go. There must be witnesses. The real culprit's out there somewhere. Emily wrote. I know, Emily, I know. These debts, my mom's sick. I'm supporting her, and now this. But the accusations are sticking. Charles keeps saying the scheme ran through my computer. Emily grabbed James's hands, looking into his eyes as if saying, don't give up, her heart urging him to stay strong. James gave a weak smile, shrugging. Thanks. Your support means everything. I'm not giving up, just in shock and lost. Give me a little time, and we'll prove my innocence. Emily hugged him, feeling his arms wrap around her in return. Together, They were ready to face any challenge. "Don't cry," James said. Emily tried to smile, but tears streamed down her cheeks. Despite her assurances, she had no idea how to help James and could only hope fate would be kind. Days passed, and the scandal began to fade, but the demands on James didn't. The boss made it clear that if the money wasn't paid soon, James would face severe consequences. "Looks like it worked out," a man said, entering a makeshift smoking area. "Clean job," Max replied, following him. "Oh, you're here, weakling." Max smirked unkindly, while his unfamiliar companion squinted suspiciously. "Maybe we should talk somewhere else," the man suggested. "Why?" "She's mute," Max said. "Might as well be deaf. Look, we clean everything up. No evidence left except on his computer." "Perfect. That dumb intern was such an easy target," Max's companion said. "What did he do to you?" the man asked. "I hate when people get in my way," Max said, rolling his eyes, recalling the elevator incident. "He's always poking around, checking everything, asking for advice, acting like some goody-two-shoes." "What a jerk," the man smirked skeptically. "Whose side are you on? Not happy we got rid of that nerd? Or do you want to be the fall guy?" "Chill," the man backtracked. "I don't care about the kid. Tell me, when do we move on the big plan?" The conversation made Emily feel true rage. Max seemed to linger on purpose, knowing she understood, wanting to hurt her even more. But Emily refused to let grief break her. "What a scoundrel," she thought angrily. They continued discussing their plans, and Emily realized a full-blown conspiracy was brewing at the company. "All right, we need to hurry. The partners are arriving any minute," Max said. "If we close this deal, all the assets are ours. That fool will either go to jail or be buried in debt." As they headed for the exit, Emily's mind raced with what she could do, her soul filled with resolve. This wasn't just about the company's fate, but the life of her beloved. "I have to follow them," she thought, dropping her bucket and mop to trail Max discreetly. From the snippets she overheard, the meeting was set for noon, leaving just over 10 minutes until the partners arrived. "They'll definitely come through the main entrance," she thought, forming a plan. "I have to stop the other company's reps from reaching the meeting room. No meeting, no deal. I have to make it." Using the elevator was risky. She didn't want to alert Max or his accomplice, so she raced down the stairs, leaping 2 steps at a time. Her breathing quickened, her heart pounding, but she reached the lobby just as the important guests arrived. "Welcome. We're thrilled to see you in our office," Max said with a smug grin. Emily, desperate, saw no other way. She grabbed a vase and smashed it at the feet of Oleg Lewis, the lead partner. The fine porcelain shattered with a pitiful whimper, petals scattering like a colorful rain, and water splashed onto Oleg's expensive shoes. He shook off the muddy droplets, his face showing shock at the reckless act. "What kind of idiots work here?" Oleg said sharply. "Maybe I should find other partners." No, everything's fine," Michael stammered, his face pale. "You know what? No deal. I've had enough of this," Oleg declared, glaring at Emily contemptuously before storming out with his team. "What is this mess?" Michael roared, watching the high-profile guests leave. "Bring that janitor to my office." 2 men appeared out of nowhere, grabbing Emily under her arms. She hadn't expected such an outburst from herself, and now trembled like a leaf. As the adrenaline faded, she realized the consequences awaiting her. "Are you out of your mind?" Michael yelled as they entered his office. "Do you know how much that deal was worth? You've never seen that kind of money in your life." Emily sat shaking in the chair, gripped by fear, just like the day of the accident. Max's deceit and her own emotions pushed her into a trance-like state. She felt the walls she'd built years ago crumbling. For the first time, Emily didn't want to run. She wanted to fight back, to show she was worth something, acting only for justice. Driven by fear or the desire to help James, she exhaled and said, "You don't understand. They were going to deceive you." Michael froze, stunned. "You're supposed to be mute." Emily could hardly believe it herself. Shock and disbelief pierced her. She hadn't heard her own voice in years. Her lips still burned from the words, her throat tingling. Max planned it with them. If the deal had gone through, your business would have ended up in his hands. The stress seemed to have unlocked a forgotten freedom. "How do you know?" Michael asked suspiciously. "Max told me himself, wanting to mock me, thinking a mute couldn't tell anyone, and who'd believe in nobody," Emily said. Michael studied her, then shook his head. Emily wasn't foolish. She wouldn't act like a lunatic, smashing a vase at his partner's feet without a serious reason. "I'm shocked, to say the least, but for some reason, I believe you," he said. Emily exhaled with relief, the tension gripping her soul loosening slightly. Her life no longer hung by a thread at the mercy of a ruthless businessman. The second wave of investigations was less heated. Security swiftly apprehended Max and his accomplice, whom Emily identified. When they were brought to Michael's office, he stood by his lavish desk, facing the window. "Tell me, Max, how can I run a business and plan strategies when conspiracies are brewing in my own company?" Max squirmed in his chair, but the two men in black suits held him down. He glared at them angrily, but got only indifference in return. "What's going on here?" he snapped. "We've uncovered your entire scheme," Michael said. "Charles found evidence and witnesses proving you stole my data and framed James. Your accomplices are already on their way to the police." "And what about me?" Max glared. "Someone has to cover my losses," Michael said, spreading his hands. "It's only fair. Hanging all the blame on one person is your idea of justice." Max sneered. "You didn't seem to care about fairness when you pinned it on James," Michael retorted. Max exhaled angrily, feeling his complete helplessness. His game was over, and it was time to face the consequences. Soon after the conspirators were exposed, the company's fortunes turned around. Michael secured a lucrative deal, ensuring a prosperous future for himself and his employees for years to come. Today, before everyone gathered, I want to express gratitude to the person who helped us unravel this mess of schemes and betrayals, he said. All the company's employees were gathered in the conference room, celebrating a successful quarter. Michael had the room decorated and began handing out traditional bonuses. "I also want to apologize for sometimes being harsh and not paying enough attention to our dear Emily," he said, inviting her to the stage. Blushing, Emily rose, filled with pride and joy at the happy resolution of her struggles. "Thank you, Emily, for your courageous actions that saved our company, shielding me, so to speak, from a fatal mistake." She turned to her colleagues and smiled. The room erupted in applause. Likely the first time in the company's history that a cleaning staff member was honored alongside senior managers. Tears of joy welled in Emily's eyes. "Thank you for welcoming me and giving me a new life," she said, her words still hesitant, but her voice restored. She was no longer mute. "Today, we're not only giving you our thanks, but also a bonus," Michael added. Everyone smiled, and Emily, thoroughly embarrassed, murmured, "Thank you," hiding her gaze. Such attention was still unfamiliar, so after receiving her bonus envelope, she hurried back to her seat, basking in her success. "Also, I must apologize again, this time to our intern, James, who fell victim to dirty schemes," Michael continued. James, sitting beside Emily, squeezed her hand and headed to the stage. "Today, we officially congratulate him on completing his internship and invite him to join the company as a manager for his outstanding performance and loyalty." James smiled, shaking Michael's hand. It was a well-earned honor. He'd worked hard to gain the team's trust and prove himself. Without Max's manipulations, his reputation would have been untarnished. Regardless, it earned him a rightful place in the company. Michael continued honoring award recipients, calling them to the stage one by one as the ceremony returned to its usual format. Great that it all worked out, huh? James said, sitting back next to Emily. Yes, she exhaled. I'm still not used to hearing your voice. It's wonderful. Thanks. I'm still surprised myself, Emily said. James took her hand. Despite all their trials, their love had only grown stronger. They knew they could face any challenges fate threw their way. So what's next? James asked casually, slipping his free hand into his jacket pocket. You don't know yet. I applied for part-time university courses in management. I want to get an education and work with you, Emily said. That's amazing news, James said joyfully, leaning close to her ear. I wanted to do this on stage, but I thought you'd be too embarrassed. What? Emily whispered, confused. James pulled his hand from his pocket, revealing a velvet box. Its lid opened, showing a delicate ring. Emily, will you marry me? She sighed happily, her heart skipping a beat. Life had finally turned its best side to her, no longer testing her strength. For the first time, Emily felt truly happy. Yes, of course, she answered. Thank you for listening to the story until the end. Subscribe to the channel and share this video with your friends and loved ones. It motivates us to keep working on new stories every day. Don't miss the next amazing story that's about to appear on your screen. We're very grateful to have you with us. See you soon. A quiet orphan at a routine art class in a foster home suddenly began drawing scenes of crimes and murders that happened 10 years ago, with chilling accuracy down to the smallest details. At first, everyone thought it was just her imagination. The police dismissed it as nonsense and fantasy, but her next drawing made everyone freeze in horror. It depicted herself. And then something inexplicable happened. But before we dive in, let us know, are you a longtime follower of our channel or just stumbling upon it for the first time? Drop a couple of words in the comments. We'd love to know you're out there. I didn't notice her right away. In foster homes, kids are either loud or invisible. She was the latter. Slouched with long dark hair, always looking down, she moved past like a ghost. No sound, no eye contact, as if she wasn't even human. Kids like her have muffled steps, as if apologizing for existing at all. They don't hide. They're just overlooked, and eventually, they stop noticing themselves. Her name was Emily, spoken in whispers, almost with unease. Some called her the girl who draws. Others just called her nobody, not because she was silent, but because she never responded. I came to the foster home for a day to lead a workshop, to show the kids how to hold a brush, mix paints, and explain that blue can feel warm and black doesn't always have to be scary. I thought if even one kid took a deep breath from the smell of oil paint, the day would be worth it. But it turned out to be far heavier than I expected. As soon as I stepped into the hallway, I heard a stifled sob, sharp like broken glass underfoot. Around the corner, near a shoe cabinet, stood a staff member, graying, sturdy, with a face etched in perpetual irritation. He was dragging a boy, maybe 6 years old, by the shoulder. The kid was sobbing, covering his face with his hands. The man gripped him by the collar like a puppy. I told you, don't mess with the cabinet, he barked, shaking the boy like a rag doll. I was about to step in when she appeared, as if she'd materialized from the wall. Emily stood there, hands clutched her chest, as if trying to hold her heart in place. Then, quietly but clearly, she said, "Don't touch him. You're hurting him." The hallway went silent. Even the boy froze. No one seemed to expect her to say a word. The staff member smirked crookedly. "And what's it to you? Mind your own business." Emily didn't back down. Her voice trembled, but her words were firm. "He's not to blame. He was just looking for food." The man snorted, let the boy go with an annoyed gesture, and muttered, "What a generation. Bunch of artists, damn it." The boy, stunned that it was over, clung to Emily. She hesitated, then briefly hugged him, almost instinctively, before stepping back quickly, as if touching him was dangerous, burning, not meant for her. In that moment, I realized it wasn't bravery, it was necessity. Something inside her wouldn't let her walk by, as if she was protecting not just him, but a version of herself from 10 years ago. Later, during the class, the kids drew whatever came to mind: suns, houses, dogs with smiling faces. Some smeared paint with their fingers. Others asked if they could draw a tank. Emily sat alone in the corner, on a bench by a drafty window. No one called her over or teased her, as if she were made of glass. I approached her out of curiosity, or maybe because I already sensed something was there. "Mind if I look?" I asked, glancing at her blank paper. She didn't answer, just picked up a black pencil and started drawing. No sketch, no horizon line, as if it was all already inside her. Her hand moved quickly, steadily, with an eerie calm. I stood beside her, watching as an apartment building's entrance took shape from the void. Worn out, 5th floor, a metal door with a crooked nameplate, a cracked staircase, a street lamp's glow, and a woman's figure lying in the corner, in blood. But the blood wasn't a stain. It was a shadow, flowing toward the steps. It was vivid, chilling. I froze because I recognized that place. In March 2013, I found my older sister in that exact building. Dead. She was lying just like that. Dim light, crooked nameplate, apartment 56. I crouched down, staring at the drawing. Emily added the final stroke and signed it. Emily, 2023. "What did you see this?" I asked, my voice betraying a tremor. For the first time, she looked at me. Her eyes weren't those of a girl or a teenager. They were foreign, weary, as if carrying something no one should. "It just came to me," she whispered. I silently reached out. "Can I take it?" She shrugged, as if it didn't matter who carried her fear away. "Thank you," I said. She didn't respond, just stood and left, dissolving into the air. That evening, standing by my car, I unfolded the paper. I stared at it for a long time. Every detail matched. Peeling plaster, the crack on the step, the old trash can by the wall. Things I'd never described to anyone, not the press, not investigators, not a single soul. That was in her drawing. I looked at the signature again. Asterisk Emily, 2023 asterisk, and realized this wasn't a coincidence. It was a signal. Maybe a warning, maybe a plea, maybe a scream. I didn't tell anyone. Not her, not the director, not even myself. But I offered to continue my classes at the foster home and called the director right away to arrange it. Then I got in my car and drove. At the first stoplight, I couldn't resist and unfolded the drawing again. I couldn't stop looking because there, in the shadow, was a face. I hadn't noticed it at first, but it was there, and I recognized it. The face I'd spent 10 years trying to erase from my memory, now held in my hands, drawn by a girl who wasn't even born when it happened. The next morning, I couldn't sit still. At the hotel near the foster home, I sat on my laptop and dug into everything I could access as a former journalist. News archives, crime reports, police records from years past. I typed in the date, the address, keywords, body, apartment building, woman, Factory Street. And it all lined up chillingly. March 5th, 2013, Factory Street, Building 7, Entrance 3, Apartment 56. A woman's body was found, around 30 years old, signs of violent death. Official version, robbery gone wrong. No suspects identified. Case closed in 6 weeks for lack of evidence and unidentified persons. Exactly 10 years ago, to the day, I sat staring at the screen, feeling a cold dread creep inside. This couldn't be a coincidence. A girl who was only 5 at the time, whose name never appeared in the case, drew the murder scene as if she'd been standing there. Not just the general scene, exact details, the color of the walls, the old tiles by the mailboxes, a dent in the metal railing, even the chipped apartment number. Everything matched. I glanced at the folded drawing in my folder. The paper was slightly creased where I'd gripped it too tightly. It felt strange, as if it was breathing and silent. At noon, I returned to the foster home, officially to drop off brushes and watercolors the kids had left behind. Unofficially, I couldn't stay away. I had to see her. Emily was at the window again, in the same corner, a shadow cut off from everyone. Gouache and a blank sheet lay on her table, but as soon as I entered, she was already drawing. I approached slowly, silently, not wanting to disturb her, just watching. And I froze again. On the paper was a forest, early spring, bare branches. In the background, a lake with dirty ice pulling away from the shore. In the foreground, a woman's figure in a light blouse soaked in blood, half lying as if just pulled from the water. Her face was indistinct, maybe horror, maybe peace. Behind her, a wooden boat, half broken in the water. Off to the side, a lone boot. Is this something you imagined or a dream? I asked cautiously, almost whispering. Emily didn't look up. I don't know, she said softly. It just came to me like I was there. But not me, someone else. Like I'm watching from inside, like a camera. Sometimes I hear where to turn, how to stand, where to look. My back was slick with sweat, though the room was cool. There was no hysteria in her voice or movements, just a terrifying clarity, as if she remembered. Half an hour later, I went to the psychologist, Susan, a weary woman whose eyes held no surprise anymore. She'd already heard about the first and second drawings. Emily's complicated, quiet, withdrawn, she sighed, slowly stirring a cup of cold tea. An introvert, anxious. Sometimes I see signs of post-traumatic stress, but from what, I don't know. She came to us at 6 from a small town. No details about where exactly. No parents. She was briefly with a foster family, but it didn't last. Then back into the system. I pointed to the folder. This isn't just imagination. It's excessive visualization. Kids like her often have an inner world brighter than the outside one. They can see scenes they haven't lived, reflecting their emotional state. It's not a diagnosis, James. It's a defense mechanism. Blood, death, shadows, water. It could be a metaphor or projected anxiety. I nodded politely and left, but inside I didn't buy it. This wasn't a metaphor or anxiety. Back at the hotel, I spread out the 2 drawings on the table, the apartment building and the lake. Both were unnervingly realistic, both signed in the bottom right corner with neat, tiny handwriting. 05.03 and 06.03. A new drawing every day, each depicting something that happened exactly 10 years before. This wasn't random. It wasn't an anxious child. It was a pattern, a signal. I opened my laptop again and entered March 6th, 2013, Lakeside District. I found it. A missing girl, presumed drowned. Her name was Claire L., age 26. She left home, headed to the lake, and was found 2 days later, her body tangled in the roots of shoreline trees. A boat and 1 boot were on the shore, same details. I closed the laptop and splashed cold water on my face, but it didn't help. The unease inside stayed hot. Too many coincidences, too precise, too impossible, yet undeniable. I recalled what she said. I'm like a camera watching, but it's not me. A camera, a recording, a memory, but whose? If it wasn't her experience, then someone's memory lived in her. or someone was planting it there. She wasn't an artist. She was a canvas. But who held the brush? I didn't understand yet. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat at the table with the two drawings, 10 years apart, connected by something alive and dangerous. I realized I couldn't go to the police. Not yet. All I had are drawings. They'd think I was crazy, and Emily would end up in a psychiatric ward. Case closed. So I'd figure it out myself. I grabbed a sheet of paper and wrote, Astor's Factory Street, Building 7, case closed. Mushroom Canal, drowning. Asterisk, both women were dead, officially by accident. First, the woman in the apartment building, supposedly a robbery. The investigators' report was vague, citing a likely escalation during a domestic dispute. Then the drowned girl, noted as emotionally unstable, likely slipping and falling into the water. But both cases had too many oddities. In the first, no fingerprints, no witnesses, no cameras. The investigation didn't seek neighbors or bystanders. A random passerby found the body a day later. In the second, the victim's friend claimed she was terrified of water, never swam, and never got in boats. That evening, she called her friend, breathless, saying, "If something happens to me, you know where to look." I jotted it all down in a notebook, dates, facts, body positions, inconsistencies. I made notes in the margins. Asterisk, too clean. No motive. Skipped forensics. Asterisk, the puzzle didn't fit because half the pieces were missing, either removed or never sought. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the foster home had changed. I noticed it the moment I walked into the hall on the third day. The kids I'd laughed with the day before, playing impromptu hangman, now acted like they didn't know me. Some turned corners quickly. Others froze and stared through me like glass. It wasn't resentment. It was fear, especially in how they looked at Emily. I found her by the window in the hallway, clutching a notebook with rough pencil sketches of trees and birds. I approached. She didn't turn, just flinched slightly, as if sensing a drop sliding down her cheek. "Everything okay?" I asked. She nodded, but her shoulders stayed tense, like a taut string. I glanced at the open notebook, and something stabbed inside me. On the first page, over a drawing, was a scrawl in black gel pen. Asterisk, don't draw this. You'll ruin everything. Asterisk, the handwriting wasn't hers. Emily's letters were thin, slightly slanted. This was angry, jagged, pressed so hard it nearly tore the paper. The strokes were sharp, some words scratching the eye. "Did you write this?" I asked, though I knew the answer. She slowly shook her head. "Did someone touch your things?" Silence. Then almost a whisper, "Maybe. Things aren't where they were. There's a strange notebook under my pillow. I didn't take it. My pencils are rearranged. And my shirt, it smelled different. Like cigarettes. None of the staff I'd spoken to smoked. It was strictly forbidden for the kids. Someone had come into her room at night, while everyone slept, and left a message. "Did you tell the staff?" They said I'm imagining things, that I'm nervous because of the drawings, and I should focus on behaving well. They always say, "Stay quiet, and no one will bother you." I looked at her, anger rising inside. This wasn't childish fear. It was justified anxiety that adults chose to ignore. I turned and saw 3 teens walking down the hall. As they passed, they shot glances at her, one with clear disgust, another with genuine horror, the third just spat on the floor. They didn't laugh. They were scared, as if she were contagious. "What's going on?" I asked. Emily didn't answer right away. "They think if I drew death, I brought it. Like I'm a virus. If I look at them, something bad will happen. If I draw, someone will die." "That's nonsense," I said. "No," she replied. "This is a foster home. You're either scared or you're feared. There's no in between." I wanted to argue, but couldn't. Her eyes held not resentment, but exhaustion, as if she'd already understood it all. No one had ever asked her before. Later, I went to the archive, a dusty office with a metal cabinet where you could only breathe through a handkerchief. Under the pretense of filing a report on the classes, I asked for Emily's file. Her profile, *Emily Vetrova, admitted April 2013. Age 4 years, 8 months. City of origin unknown. Parents unknown. Transferred from a temporary ward at the city hospital's infectious disease unit. I stared at that line. From hospital? So she wasn't found on the street or in a home, but in a medical facility. Why? Was she injured? What happened to her? Why no mention of parents? Not a single case or article mentioned a child near the victims. But she was there, and I was almost certain she saw everything. I returned to the classroom. Her drawing from the day before hung on the easel. I glanced at the edge of the canvas and froze. In the reflection on the water was a shadow, subtle at first glance, but clear if you looked closely, a man's silhouette behind the trees, watching. I photographed it, zoomed in, and realized he wasn't there by chance. And she knew it, subconsciously or not. I found Emily in the library, sitting by the window, reading a coverless book with worn, creased pages. Emily, I said, when you draw, you know it's something that already happened. She didn't look up right away, but then nodded. It's like I'm remembering, but not with my mind. My body remembers. My hands move on their own, like I'm inside someone else, but I don't know who. Do you know who you are? She stared at me for a long time, as if seriously considering it for the first time, then whispered, "No, I don't. And I'm scared to find out." That's when I realized she wasn't just drawing. She was reconstructing someone's memory. And someone else had realized it too and was afraid. Not just the kids, someone adult, someone who knew the victims, someone who was there and didn't want the truth to surface. Ever. It was supposed to be anonymous. A quick consultation, no names, no faces. One drawing, one scene. I wanted an outside perspective, a professional one, to check if I was losing my mind. But the journalist wasn't the thoughtful reporter I remembered from college, writing about social issues without fanfare. Now he was a hardened TV guy with cold eyes and a hunger for sensationalism, the kind who speaks softly and smiles when silent. I showed him a scan of the lake drawing. He stared at it for a long time, as if checking for a trick. Then he muttered, "This is real work, not generated, hand-drawn. A 15-year-old girl in a foster home. Where she got this, I don't know." That was the point. He nodded, as if deciding something to himself, said, "Interesting," and asked for a high-resolution copy, just in case. I shouldn't have agreed, but at the time, it felt like a step toward understanding. What harm could showing a drawing do? I sent it, and 2 days later, it was on TV. Unique case. In a foster home in the central region, a girl can depict crime scenes with astonishing accuracy. Some believe she has a gift. Her face was blurred on screen, but the drawing was clear. A voiceover, a comment from some esoteric about genetic memory, a psychologist cautiously saying, "Teenagers' psyches are highly sensitive." This could be spontaneous visualization of inner fears. Her name wasn't mentioned, but the wall in the background, the classroom sign, the wall color. Anyone who'd been there would recognize the foster home. I watched this segment at night, in the dark, with the lights off, my heart pounding in my ears, fingers cramping. This wasn't an expose. It was an invasion. The next morning, journalists were at the gates with cameras, earpieces, and tablets, predatory, relentless. Where is she? We just want to talk. It's not dangerous, honest. We won't name her. Just a few shots. We'll raise awareness about orphan issues, help out. Parents started filing complaints, first quietly, then in waves. We don't want our son sitting next to a girl who draws corpses. It's not normal. Why are you letting unstable kids join classes with ours? Someone called child services, someone local TV, someone the prosecutor's office. Some parents took their kids home temporarily. Others transferred them elsewhere. The rest stayed silent, but looked at Emily like she was a walking hazard. The staff scurried through the halls like ants in a ruined nest. The director went out to the gates hourly, giving shaky voice statements. Everything's under control. We care for every child. No abnormalities detected. But it was too late. Rumors always outrun the truth, especially the scary ones. On the third day, Emily was officially isolated for psychological adjustment. Not punishment, not isolation, just a temporary shift to individual monitoring. In reality, they moved her to an empty room with no drawings, no contact, no walks with the others. Even her notebook was taken, as if graphite could be contagious. I visited her that evening. The door was slightly ajar. She sat on the bed, hunched, staring at the floor, hands clasped, lips pressed tight. Emily, I said, this wasn't supposed to happen. I didn't mean for it to. Her tone wasn't accusing or even surprised, just flat, as if she already knew. I didn't say your name or where you were. I just wanted to understand, to get an opinion. And what did you hear? I'm special. She gave a bitter, weary smile, too old for her age. I'm not special. I just see what happened. Now everyone thinks I'm a witch. She paused. They took my pencils, said I need to rest, that I can't draw now. But I can't not draw. You feel it? It comes anyway, even without paper. I close my eyes and see it, sometimes right away, sometimes at night. If I don't draw, it presses from inside like I'm swelling up. I didn't know what to say because I knew it was my fault. The next day, a woman in her 40s arrived, worn out, hollow, eyes burned by grief. She introduced herself as Linda and said she'd seen the news and came just in case. They led her to the hall, where a few drawings still hung on a board. The apartment building, the lake, and a third, strange, abstract, crumpled, full of spirals, hung by one of the kids in support. Linda approached the first, stopped, and slowly, as if in a dream, touched the glass. This is the staircase. I know it. My daughter lived in that apartment. Number 56, Factory Street. That corner, the wall color, even the crack on step. You can't draw this if you weren't there. She fell silent, covered her face with her hand, and cried. Who did this? She asked after a long pause. I didn't answer, couldn't, even if I wanted to. I didn't know if Emily was still drawing. She had no pencils, no brushes, not even a scrap of paper. She was isolated, beige walls, a metal bed, Baroque-like bedding. Hands idle, gaze empty. But when something inside can't break free, the body finds other ways to speak, sometimes in whispers, sometimes in silent screams. One day, a staff member, Patricia, who usually disciplined kids strictly by the book, approached me. Her voice trembled, holding a crumpled, checkered sheet. I found this, she said, in a drawer with her things. I didn't put it there. On the paper was a drawing in ballpoint pen, lines shaky, almost childish, but the image was far from innocent. A man lying on a garage floor, a rag and tools nearby, and on the wall behind him, a symbol, a circle with 3 wavy lines radiating from it, like an asymmetrical trident, soft, alive, not threatening, but unsettling. The image sent chills, not from blood or gore, but from seeing something forbidden, forgotten yet painfully familiar. I photographed and scanned it, then started searching, standard queries first. Circle, 3 lines, symbol, garage, murder, cult. Then deeper. Old archives, closed forums, sites about unsolved crimes. Nothing until I stumbled on a faded forum called City in Shadows, with a design from the early 2000s. A thread titled Missing Student, 2004 had sparse posts. Brief facts. A guy last seen near garages in a now-demolished district. Strange marks were found. and a blurry photo taken through glass showed that same symbol, faint but unmistakable. A user named Wind23 wrote, "These aren't just incidents. It was a club, almost official back then, with influential members. No one talks about it now, and no one asks." I froze. Wind23. Coincidence or not, I dug deeper. The Third Step Club, early 2000s, officially a group of philanthropists and cultural figures, unofficially a closed society with invite-only meetings. A scanned newspaper listed members, including Anthony Martov, our sponsor, a man in his 60s, silver glasses, heavy briefcase, warm smile. I remembered him from holiday visits, handing out candy, patting kids' heads, talking about tradition. And there he was, a founder of this club, in a city where strange deaths piled up, cases closed too quickly without answers or effort. The next day, a sudden firing. Laura, one of the calmest staff members, submitted her resignation without explanation. I caught her on the porch. "Laura, what happened?" Her red-rimmed eyes, shadowed, met mine. "I can't do this anymore, James. Something's wrong here. I used to think it was just troubled kids, but now I'm scared. Not for me, for them, for her." "Who are you scared of?" She looked down. "No one. But what were they scared of, and why the silence?" I tried talking to Emily again, but she'd shut down. No words, no glances, as if she'd retreated deep inside herself, locking everyone out. I brought her a box of watercolor pencils and quietly left them on her table, not as comfort, but as a right to breathe. By morning, the pencils and paper were gone. But under her pillow was a new drawing, a garage, a half-open door, and behind it a shadowy figure. Neck, shoulders, someone there. That night, Emily woke to footsteps, soft and deliberate, coming down the hall to her door. She didn't move, hiding under the blanket, listening. The steps stopped at her threshold. Silence, then a scrape, like a fingernail dragging down the wood, slowly, deliberately. A minute later, silence returned, the steps faded, but the fear lingered, like smoke after a fire. In the morning, a faint, too perfect line of dust was on the floor by the door, as if someone had approached, left a mark, and walked away without entering. That's when I knew Emily was drawing again. Not the past now, but what was coming. And someone desperately didn't want that warning to be heard. I sat in the archives reading room like I was on trial. Harsh light, creaking plastic chair, a folder of yellowed documents before me. Foster kids' records, old reports, logs. I searched for anything, a clue, a name, a photo, a trace. Emily's file was a void before age 5. Just one line. No documents, origin unknown. Transfer from hospital? Yes, but who brought her? Who left her? No one knew or wanted to know. I flipped back to the admission page. April 2013, age 4 years, 8 months. Rewind a bit. March 2013, a woman died, mid-20s, deemed an accident, a fall in an unfinished building. No cameras, no witnesses. Identified by a clinic pass. Her name, Ellen Vetrova. The surname hit like a shock. Vetrova, like Win23 on the forum. I pulled up the old report scan, a black and white photo of the scene, graffiti-covered walls, dust, broken railings, and on a concrete slab, a tiny spot of fabric, maybe a child's, maybe a coincidence, maybe a trace. A footnote, barely visible. Asterisk rumor has it Vetrova had a daughter, unconfirmed. No child found at the scene. Asterisk 2 weeks later, a girl arrived at the foster home. No documents, no name, temporary diagnosis, trauma, stress-induced amnesia. I compared photos. Not identical, but the eyes, the jawline, Emily, her daughter. I had no more doubts. What she drew wasn't mysticism or a gift. It was fragments of a child's memory, washed away by fear, time, and pain, but never gone. I tried getting into the foster home. They wouldn't let me in. The director didn't come out. The guard said, "Orders from above." Contact with the girl was forbidden. She was under medical observation. What was happening to her? What were they telling her? What did she feel? My insides pulsed with rage. What once seemed random now formed a pattern, and in that pattern, someone had left a dark signature. I went to Detective Carter, who used to handle missing kids cases, direct, stubborn, one of the few who dare to dig. I showed him the drawings, told him everything. He didn't laugh or interrupt. "You sure it's her?" "Not 100%, but it adds up. Dates, faces, circumstances." He studied the copy silently. "You're saying she's isolated now?" "Yes." After the TV segment, it all went downhill. If you're right, they could just label her sick, diagnosis, clinic, case closed. "I know, but I don't know how to get her out." He nodded, paused. "Give me a couple of days. I'll try talking to the DA." I thanked him. At least someone hadn't backed away. We left the police station together. He stayed on the steps to smoke. I was about to leave when I heard, "Excuse me, are you James?" I turned. A woman in her 60s stood there, coat missing a button, holding a pharmacy bag and an old, faded doll with a crooked eye. Embroidered on its collar. "Ellen." "Yes. Sorry. Do we know each other?" "No, but I saw the news and your photo. You were at the foster home's director's office. I used to clean there years ago when I was younger." She sighed, clutching the doll. "I found this after that Vetrova thing. Boxes and toys were left by the house. Someone said it was okay to take them. I couldn't walk past. It was like the doll was watching." She paused, then added, "I was sorting things recently, meant to throw it out, but the doll felt oddly heavy." I cut open the back. There was a flash drive inside, small, black, no markings. My grandson said, "Don't mess with it, take it to the police." But I thought maybe it's tied to that girl. She handed it to me. "You sure?" "I don't know what's on it, but it's not just a thing. It feels important, maybe the only answer for the girl, her mother, for all of us." I took the flash drive, my palms sweaty. I nodded, barely breathing. "Thank you." She gave a faint smile and walked away without looking back. I stood on the sidewalk, doll in one hand, flash drive in the other. My heart beat differently, like a countdown had started inside. This wasn't guesswork or fantasy anymore. It was memory someone tried to erase, coming back loud and clear, too late for those who wanted it forgotten. The monitor flickered with dim light, a monotonous beep from the speakers like an old cassette. The flash drive held one unnamed folder with a single video file. No date, no description, no signs of editing, just a raw .avi. I nodded to Carter. He opened it. First frame, night. The camera shakes like it's filmed through a pocket or under a jacket. An old apartment building, cracked tiles, peeling walls, a single bulb flickering above the entrance. A car passes in the distance, then silence, thick and heavy. Seconds later, a figure appears, broad, solid, carrying a woman's limp body over his shoulder like a doll. Her hair covers her face, one arm dangles, head tilted back. The man glances around, pulls up his collar, and hurries into the shadows. Carter and I didn't move. It felt like even our hearts stopped. The video lasted 28 seconds. No words, no mistakes, pure reality. "That's her." I exhaled. "Ellen Vetrova." Carter stayed silent, brows furrowed, rewinding to the moment the man's face caught the street lamp's light. He paused, zoomed in. The features were blurry, but clear enough. He exhaled slowly, like something inside him collapsed. "You recognize him?" he asked without looking at me. "Yes," I nodded. "Anthony Martov." He didn't ask again. He knew I wouldn't speak unless certain. Martov, our sponsor, philanthropist, the man who donated to orphans, received awards, his face on the foster home's wall next to kids' crafts and diplomas. Always the picture of civic virtue, lectures, donations, holiday speeches. And here he was, carrying a dead woman's body through a courtyard like a sack, without shame or fear. If it's a fake, Carter started, then stopped. No, it's too raw for a setup. Too real. You realize what we found. The drawings, memories, hints. It's not random. Not just coincidence. It's evidence. Veiled. Leading somewhere we're not supposed to look. We agreed the flash drive would go to the police lab the next morning, officially through internal channels. He knew who to trust. I felt relief. A chance for the truth to surface. I left, exhausted to the bone, walked 2 blocks, and got a notification on my phone. I opened it and couldn't believe my eyes. The same video, those 28 seconds, now framed with a local news portal's logo, a sensational voiceover, and a warning. Asterisk caution, may contain violent scenes. Not recommended for children. Asterisk, I scrolled to the comments. Asterisk, is this real? That's Martov. So that's why he helped the foster home. What about the girl? Is she alive? Where's she? If they hid this, who else are they covering for? Asterisk, the video spread instantly. Reposts, screenshots, forum threads. In 10 minutes, 1,000 views. In an hour, 50,000. I called Carter, line busy, then off. My chest pounded like an alarm. 10 minutes later, a call from an unknown number. James, a dry female voice said. Ellen from Child Services. The girl you mentioned has been transferred to a medical center for evaluation, per protocol. What protocol? Who decided this? In emergencies, decisions can be made without consent if there's suspicion of mental issues posing a potential threat. Threat? She's just a kid. She's not dangerous. She's a witness. I'm not authorized to comment. Goodbye. I stood, phone in my ear, fingers numb. They'd taken Emily. I rushed to the foster home. Guard at the gate, a new access list. My name wasn't on it. Where's the girl? Where'd they take her? We don't have to tell you. This is illegal. You can't hold her. Take it up with official channels. I looked at them, thinking how easily this city hid its real monsters. Then I clenched my fists and left. I went back to Carter. His face was ashen. I didn't leak it, he said. Someone beat us to it. Maybe surveillance, maybe another copy. They're moving fast, so they took her before the storm hits. He nodded silently. On his desk were printed articles, Martov's bio, newspaper clippings. All pristine, awards for public service, not a blemish. Except for 28 seconds of truth. I don't know how, I said, but I'll find her. Carter looked at me, assessing if I'd lost it, then extended his hand. Then let's start with what we've got. The clinic's light was dim and sticky, like water in an old aquarium. White walls, antiseptic smell, endless echoes of footsteps on tile. Everything felt scrubbed to sterile emptiness, even the staff's faces polished to blankness, moving by rote. I sat in my car nearby, phone pressed to my ear. Carter spoke fast, hoarse, like he barely believed his own words. We got a photo, supposedly from a volunteer inside. Her latest drawing, James. She drew herself with a noose around her neck in a basement. No fear on her face, just resignation. It hit me like a jolt, a warning, a goodbye, or a plan. If she's in that state, you've got very little time. I hung up, heart hammering in my temples, fingers shaking as I pulled an old teaching ID, a worn badge, and a gray jacket labeled maintenance from the glove box. My breath was uneven, my head buzzing. I knew if I didn't act now, I'd never forgive myself. She wasn't asking for help anymore. She was drawing it. The clinic was on the outskirts, cameras, guards, a gate. Getting in officially was impossible, but I knew places like this always had a back door. A staff smoking area by the side wall, a dumpster out back, an old technical door to a corridor, rarely wired to alarms. I approached from the boiler room side, face hidden by a mask, cap pulled low. I carried a box labeled electrical. A guard smoking by the wall didn't even turn. Office on the left, he grunted. Electricians asked for it this morning. I nodded silently. Inside, everything trembled, but my legs moved confidently. Memory guided me. Same corridors as the foster home. Same logic. The isolation ward was at the end. Reinforced door, bars, sometimes a camera, sometimes just a lock, and behind it, silence and helplessness. I turned a corner. The door I needed was slightly ajar, the handle warm, as if someone had just left. I held my breath and stepped inside. The room smelled of medicine and dampness. A girl sat on the bed, hunched in a thin gray shirt, back to me. Her shoulders twitched to the sound of the door, but she didn't turn. Emily, I whispered. A pause, then slow movement. She lifted her head, neck tense like a startled bird's. I stepped closer. She turned. Her eyes were dull, shadowed, hands scratched, wrists marked by restraints, but she was alive. In her gaze was more than fear, exhaustion and strength. I knew you'd come, she exhaled, voice barely audible but there. We're leaving. Now, I said. She nodded. No words. As I turned to the door, I noticed a sheet under a plastic cup on the nightstand. A new drawing. I picked it up, and my heart clenched. It wasn't her style, not her pressure or strokes. Clean, confident, cold lines. On it, she lay as she was now, on this bed, with a tall shadow beside her, its face scratched out. On its chest, the symbol, a circle with 3 wavy lines. You didn't draw this? I asked. She shook her head. I woke up, and it was here by my pillow. Did you see anyone? A pause, then a whisper, I don't know. I felt it. He stood in the corner, breathing. I pretended to sleep. I realized we had minutes, no more. We slipped out on tiptoe. The corridor was empty. No steps, no cameras, just the hum of fluorescent lights. I held her shoulders. She was light, too light. Outside, the cold bit. I wrapped her in my jacket. She didn't shiver, as if frozen inside long before the outside. We ran across the yard, past dumpsters, to the edge of the lot where my car hid among trees. I didn't look back. I knew if I did, I'd see him. But we were alive. We escaped. The game wasn't over. That night, Emily and I didn't sleep. The hallway lights stayed on, a frail shield between what was here and what still breathed beyond the glass. She sat on the couch, wrapped in a blanket to her chin, silent, almost still. Her gaze turned inward to something impossible to forget. Everything that happened grazed her, leaving burns. She held on without tears or hysterics, only drawing again. I found her at it near dawn, when sleep no longer saved. On the kitchen counter, under the glow of an old lamp, paper lay on a cutting board, the scratch of her pencil louder than the clock's tick. You again? I asked softly, approaching. She didn't answer, just slid the drawing toward me, eyes fixed on the paper. It showed a boy, about 8, in a plain t-shirt with a pendant around his neck, standing before a mirror. But the reflection wasn't his. It was an adult man, his face distorted, blurry, but eerily familiar, with cold, dangerous eyes. I sat beside her, struggling to speak. You drew this? No, she whispered. It was already here. When I woke up, it was on the table. I tensed. Who? She shook her head. I don't know. But he was here. I woke up cold, thought it was a dream, but there was a shadow in the corner. It stood still, watching, then vanished. And the drawing was left. I took the sheet, flipped it. No signature, no date, just a faint dot in the corner, like charcoal or a quill, precise but subtle. Do you know this boy? Emily studied it. No, but the pendant. It's like the one from the video. I opened my laptop, pulled up the video's freeze frame, held my breath, and zoomed in. Yes, the same oval pendant with a notch in the center. My pulse spiked. It's Martov. Emily stepped closer, looked at the screen, then the drawing, and nodded slowly. It's him. Was he a kid? I exhaled, already knowing the answer. Something clicked inside. Everything was falling into place. These drawings, images, symbols, victims weren't just memory fragments. They were a system, deliberate, almost ritualistic. These weren't just murders. They were, I faltered, rituals. Emily didn't flinch, just pressed her lips tighter. I know where it's from. Dreams. I'm standing in a circle, and someone in a mask says, "Look." I look, though I don't want to. Then it stays here. She tapped her temple and comes out in drawings. I ran my hand over the table where her work lay. Every scene, symbol, face wasn't a gift. It was a chronicle, left or passed through her. Martov wasn't the mastermind, just a piece. He came to my room, Emily said. I woke up. He was at the door, watching. He said, "You weren't supposed to survive. Then, I'm sorry," and left. He knew but obeyed, a cog in someone's machine. I stood, spreading her drawings on the floor. Everything matched. Each had a structure, a victim, a figure, a symbol, and always a shadow watching, documenting. Someone's creating a chronicle, I exhaled. This is part of something bigger. Emily picked up the latest drawing, staring at it. This isn't the first time. These kinds of drawings appear before. I thought they were mine, but now I see. Some were brought, some taken. Why? So someone would find them later, or so someone would remember. You're a witness, I said. She nodded, then whispered unwanted, and I understood. What we held wasn't just evidence or memory fragments. It was something never meant to surface, but it did, through her, the one who survived. Time passed. The house Emily now lived in was bright, too bright compared to before. White walls, soft rugs, photos on shelves. The kitchen smelled of bread and apples. Someone always baked rolls in the morning, and evenings brought hot lemon tea. Sheer curtains swayed in a light breeze. Outside, a normal yard swings a lawn. A school across the street, a neighbor's dog barking at dawn. Her new family tried hard. The mom, a psychologist, and the dad, a teacher, had no kids of their own, but said they'd long wanted to care for someone who needed it. They spoke calmly, kindly, almost whispering to avoid startling her. Emily nodded, but didn't reply. She didn't draw. Not a single line or stroke. Not on paper or in her mind. As if what was before had been cut out of her, painfully but cleanly. Or sealed deep, never to resurface. They even removed the easel from her room, storing it in a closet under a thick blanket, like a sick relative no one mentions. Nearby, a box of dulled, broken pencils and jars of dried gouache. Time smudges, like relics of someone who died, untouchable. Emily studied quietly, without enthusiasm. She read, did homework, went for walks. Sometimes she sat on the windowsill, watching kids return from school, laughing, arguing, swinging backpacks. She wanted to join them, but couldn't. A thin, invisible film separated her from the world, like glass between an aquarium and the open sea. She didn't remember, or pretended not to. She was a blank sheet on the outside until the envelope arrived. It lay alone in the mailbox, white, no stamp, no return address, only her name in neat black ink. Emily. The paper was rough, thick, cracked at the folds. She took it, knowing instantly it wasn't just a letter. In her room, she locked the door, sat on the bed, and stared at the envelope's corner before slicing it open with her nail. Inside was a real canvas, pristine white, and a small note with one line. Asterisk the artist remembers. The brush is just a tool. Asterisk her hand shook, fingers pale with tension. She knew what it meant. Not with her mind, but her body, the one that trembled in that basement, that survived, that remembered even when her soul tried to forget. In the closet, everything was there. Easel, brushes, jars, untouched, but waiting, the blanket slightly shifted, as if someone had peeked. She said nothing to her foster mom or dad. At night, she tiptoed down the hall, turned on the dim night light by the stairs, the one that once saved her from the dark, set up the easel by the window, laid out the paints, took the fresh canvas, and began, slowly, like returning to herself. First, a gray, cold, dusty background, like the clinic's corridors. Then a man's silhouette, shoulders, collar, fingers, a shadow on his neck. She didn't think. Her hand moved on its own, fingers guiding the brush by memory. No plan, no effort. She painted as she had at the start, before she knew each stroke could hold truth, each outline death. The features grew familiar. Face, eyes, cheek, corner of the mouth, hair, and then the gaze. She stopped. The brush froze. On the canvas was me, James. And at that moment, a rustle came from behind her, soft, hesitant. Then a step, quiet but distinct. A shadow stretched across the floor. Emily turned slowly. In the doorway stood me, James, real alive, with the same gaze, hands in pockets, the same pain and hope in my eyes. I said nothing, just watched quietly, carefully, and she looked back. No fear, no tears, only silence, deep as the space between a heart and the first line. We both understood without words. The painting was finished, but the story was just beginning. Thank you for listening to the story until the end. Subscribe to the channel and share this video with your friends and loved ones. It motivates us to keep working on new stories every day. Don't miss the next amazing story that's about to appear on your screen. We're very grateful to have you with us. See you soon. Sarah was one of those women who never allowed herself to be late. Her day was scheduled down to the minute. Morning coffee, a light breakfast, a kiss for her son, a hug for her husband, and then off she went, smoothly, precisely like the well-tuned mechanism of the Swiss watch that James had given her for their 5th wedding anniversary. "Sweetheart, you forgot your phone," James called out as she stood in the doorway. "What would I do without you?" Sarah smiled, grabbing her smartphone. "Laura, make sure Ethan eats his yogurt. He refused it yesterday." The young nanny nodded, holding the 3-year-old boy who was enthusiastically telling her about dinosaurs. Laura listened attentively, chiming in with, "Wow, really?" at just the right moments. Ethan loved it. Sarah noticed it right away when they hired her a year ago. Laura had a rare gift for listening. Sarah gave the nanny an appraising look. Laura was about 5 years younger than her and James, with expressive brown eyes and chestnut hair tied up in a messy bun. She usually showed up in jeans and oversized sweaters, but today she wore a light dress with a floral pattern. Maybe it was the warmer weather, Sarah thought, not giving it much attention until later. As she closed the door behind her and got into her car, Sarah realized she'd forgotten her bag with the documents. She had a meeting with a major client at 10 a.m., and the bag contained all her prepared materials and the contract. Grimacing in frustration, she returned to the house. The door opened silently. 7 years ago, when they first bought the place, James had personally oiled all the hinges so they wouldn't wake Ethan if they came home late, he'd said. The memory tugged at her heart. The bag was in the entryway, right where she'd left it. Sarah reached for the handle when she heard laughter. Feminine, playful laughter, the kind that bubbles up in private moments. No, it couldn't be. She froze. "Come on, James." Laura's voice sounded different, laced with tones not meant for an employer's ears. The air around Sarah thickened, becoming almost tangible. She moved quietly toward the sound, each step heavy, like wading against a strong current. "Oh, come on. She's already gone." James's voice came, low and gravelly, a tone Sarah only heard in their most intimate moments, when the bedroom door was locked and the world shrank to the size of their bed. Sarah stopped at the slightly open kitchen door. The urge to look battled a paralyzing fear of seeing something that would change her life forever. Just wait until you hear the car pull away, then you can keep up your little love gestures, Laura said, laughing again. Moving as if in a dream, Sarah peeked through the crack. James stood close, pressing Laura against the kitchen table, his hand gently brushing a strand of hair from her face, the same gesture he used to use with her. Laura smiled up at him, her gaze filled with the tenderness reserved for someone you love. Time stopped. Somewhere far off, in another world, the wall clock ticked, the coffee maker hummed, and 3-year-old Ethan watched cartoons in his room. But here, in this bubble of frozen time, there were only the three of them: husband, wife, and the woman between them. "Come on," James whispered. "It's not the first time, is it?" Those words hit like stones dropping into a well. So, it had happened before. How many times? A month? 6 months? The whole year Laura had worked for them? "You didn't even want me to take this job," Laura purred. Sarah remembered their argument, James's insistent objections to hiring a nanny, which she'd chalked up to concern for Ethan's safety and their budget. "Letting a complete stranger into our home," he'd said. She'd persuaded him, convinced him, and brought into their home the woman now standing in her husband's arms. "I didn't know what a gift we'd be getting," James replied with a smile. Sarah's legs felt rooted to the floor. She couldn't move, couldn't speak. Thoughts swirled in her head. Ethan, the mortgage, their joint business, her parents in another city, the vacation they'd planned for the summer. What should she do? Storm into the kitchen and make a scene? Leave, pretending she saw nothing? Pack her things and take her son? She didn't know. The woman who always had a plan, a tight schedule, and a thought-out strategy was utterly helpless in the face of betrayal. In the nursery, Ethan started crying. The sharp sound snapped Sarah out of her daze. She heard Laura say, "I need to check on the little guy." "Go," James replied. "I'll make coffee. We got the whole day ahead." The whole day, while Sarah was at meetings, discussing contracts and planning ad campaigns, these two would be enjoying each other's company in her house, near her son. She stepped back into the shadow of the hallway as Laura passed by, not noticing her, and disappeared into the nursery. Sarah heard her soothing Ethan with a gentle voice, telling him a story. Then something clicked in Sarah's mind, like the final piece of a puzzle falling into place. A plan formed instantly, clear and sharp as crystal. She quietly walked to the front door, opened it, and closed it loudly, as if she'd just come back. "Ethan, Mommy's home," she called out. "I forgot my bag." Footsteps. James appeared in the hallway, his face a perfect mask of surprise. "Sarah, something wrong?" She smiled broadly, as if nothing had happened. "Can you believe it? I got to the office and realized I forgot my bag with the documents. I got a big meeting today." He nodded. "It's right there in the entryway." "Already grabbed it," Sarah said, lifting the bag. "Where's Ethan?" "With Laura." "In the nursery," James shrugged. "He's being fussy today." "My poor baby." She shook her head. "I'll go give him another kiss." Sarah walked into the nursery. Laura was sitting on the floor next to Ethan, who was engrossed in building something with his blocks. Her cheeks were slightly flushed. "Sarah, did you forget something?" the nanny asked. "Yeah, my bag with the documents." Sarah walked over to her son, kissed the top of his head. "James says you're being fussy?" "No," Laura replied. "We're playing now. Everything's fine. Wonderful." Sarah straightened up. "Laura, can I have a word?" They stepped into the hallway. James lingered in the kitchen, pretending to be busy with the coffee. "Listen, I have a request," Sarah began. "Tonight's our 7th anniversary with James. I'd like to surprise him. Could you leave a bit early, say around 5? I'll come home early and make something special for dinner. Laura blinked. Of course, no problem. Just don't tell James, okay? Let it be a surprise. Absolutely, Sarah smiled. Thank you, Laura. And congratulations on your work anniversary with us. Thanks. Laura nodded. See you tonight, then. Sarah left the house, got in her car, and drove toward the office. At the first stoplight, she pulled out her phone and dialed number. Alex, good morning. Listen, remember that project in Miami you offered me a stake in? I'm in. Yes, right now. No, James is fine with it. We discussed it. I'll come by tonight to sign the papers. And one more thing. Can you recommend a good family law attorney? At exactly 6 p.m., Sarah returned home. As expected, Laura was already gone. James greeted her in the living room, unusually animated. How was your day? He asked, kissing her cheek. Productive, Sarah replied. Yours? Same old, he shrugged. Laura said she had to leave early for something urgent. Oh, really? Sarah feigned surprise. Too bad she didn't give us a heads up. How's Ethan? We had a great time. James nodded toward the nursery, where their son's laughter echoed. Built a spaceship out of blocks. Wonderful. Sarah smiled. Honey, can you help Ethan wash up? I'll set the table. I've got something special planned for dinner. When James and Ethan headed to the bathroom, Sarah quickly pulled out the documents she'd prepared earlier and placed them on the dining table next to the plates. Then she opened a bottle of wine she'd bought on the way home. James returned, settling Ethan at the table. What's for dinner? I'm starving. A surprise, Sarah said, pouring wine into their glasses. By the way, do you remember what today is? James froze. Wednesday. And also, she smiled. It's been exactly 1 year since Laura started working for us. I thought we should celebrate. She's so good with Ethan. James relaxed. Oh, right, 1 year already. And 7 years since we've been together, Sarah added. On one hand, it feels like forever. On the other, like just a day. Yeah, time flies. He raised his glass. To us. To the truth. She clinked her glass with his, and to new beginnings. They ate dinner, chatting about small daily events. Sarah shared news about a big deal she'd closed and mentioned plans for business expansion. James nodded, asked questions, but seemed distracted, his mind elsewhere. After dinner, Sarah tucked Ethan into bed, reading him his favorite story. Exhausted from a busy day, the boy fell asleep almost instantly. When she returned to the living room, she found James holding the documents, his voice tense. Sarah, what is this? Divorce papers, she replied calmly, and an agreement on property division. I've already signed my part. James paled. Have you lost your mind? Divorce? What happened? Sarah sat across from him, folding her hands in her lap. This morning, when I came back for my bag, I heard your conversation with Laura, and I saw you in the kitchen. James was silent, then his face twisted. Sarah, it's not what you... She raised a hand, stopping him. Please, don't say it's not what you think, or it only happened once, or it meant nothing. Save us both the time. But you don't understand. I understand perfectly, Sarah said quietly, careful not to wake Ethan. I heard you say, it's not the first time. So, this has been going on. I don't know for how long, and honestly, I don't want to know. James sat with his head bowed. You're right, he finally said. I was a jerk, but I don't want a divorce. We can fix this. I'll fire Laura. We'll go to a counselor. No, Sarah shook her head. It's not just about Laura. It's about you betraying my trust, betraying our family. And worst of all, doing it in our home, right next to our son. That's unforgivable. I love you, he said, looking into her eyes. And Ethan, you're my family. If you loved us, you wouldn't have done this. She stood. The papers state that I keep the house and Ethan. You get the business and the car. I think that's fair. What about our company? We built it together. I'm stepping away, she shrugged. I've got an offer for a partnership in another project. I've already accepted. James clenched his fists. You planned all this in one day. I make decisions quickly. You know that, Sarah said, allowing herself a bitter smile for the first time. Especially when there's no choice. You had a choice. We could have. No, James. Some things can't be fixed. Some bridges, once burned, can't be rebuilt. She sighed. You have until tomorrow to pack your things. You can stay in the guest room tonight. I'll tell Ethan you're going on a business trip, and we'll figure out how to tell him the truth later, gradually. Sarah, please, don't make this harder than it already is. She headed toward the stairs. And don't call Laura tonight. She's had a rough day, too. I called the agency and reported that she showed up to work drunk and left Ethan unattended. I doubt she'll be working as a nanny again. You couldn't have done that, James said, stunned. Why not? Sarah paused halfway up the stairs. You destroyed my family. I destroyed her career. We're not even close to even, but it's the best I can do right now. She went upstairs, entered the bedroom, and closed the door. Only then, alone, did Sarah let the tears flow. She cried silently, clutching a pillow as she had in childhood when she didn't want her parents to hear. The next morning, when she came down to the kitchen, James was gone. His toothbrush, razor, and a few shirts had vanished from the closet. On the table were the signed divorce papers and a short note. Asterisk, I'm sorry. I was a fool. Take care of Ethan. I'll help however I can. Asterisk. Sarah folded the papers, tossed the note in the trash, and started making breakfast for her son. Mom, where's Dad? Ethan asked when he woke up. Dad's gone on a business trip, sweetie, she replied, setting a bowl of oatmeal in front of him. He'll come back to visit you soon. Is Aunt Laura coming today? Sarah shook her head. No, honey. Aunt Laura won't be coming anymore. But we'll have a new nanny soon, and I'm sure you'll like her. Ethan nodded thoughtfully, chewing his breakfast. Can we play astronauts today? Absolutely, Sarah smiled, feeling the tight knot in her chest slowly begin to loosen. After breakfast, there were challenges ahead. Explaining things to her parents, starting a new job, navigating life without the support she was used to. But she would manage. She always did. That evening, after putting Ethan to bed, Sarah sat on the patio with a glass of wine. Twilight settled over the garden, and somewhere in the distance, a dog barked. She suddenly remembered the first evening after they bought the house, sitting here with James. Can you believe this house is ours? He'd said. Our kids will grow up here. We'll grow old here. She took a sip of wine. Life rarely unfolds as we plan. The invisible threads of fate weave their own pattern, sometimes tearing apart what seemed unbreakable and tying together what was never meant to be. This is just the beginning, Sarah thought, gazing at the stars. A new chapter, and this time, I'll write myself. Thank you for listening to the story until the end. Subscribe to the channel and share this video with your friends and loved ones. It motivates us to keep working on new stories every day. Don't miss the next amazing story that's about to appear on your screen. We're very grateful to have you with us. See you soon. Mom. Anna burst into the room, her eyes sparkling with joy. I'm getting married to Alex. Oh, Anna, you fool, her mother muttered, clearly displeased by the news. Alex, the local charmer and notorious heartbreaker, didn't exactly have the best reputation in their small town. People whispered that he'd proposed to plenty of girls, promising them the moon, but as soon as he got what he wanted, he'd vanish. Anna's mom had raised her alone after her father died when she was just a toddler. He'd gone hunting and was killed by a wild boar. There wasn't much time for mourning. Her mom buried her husband and got back to raising Anna. After finishing high school in their small town, Anna moved to the city for college. She'd come back for summer breaks, but only briefly. School was tough, but her determination to graduate with honors kept her nose buried in books. Her mom worried that Anna's youth was slipping away, with nothing but textbooks to show for it. Sure, she was proud of her daughter, but she also felt sorry for her. "Honey, why don't you take a break? Even at home," her mom would say. "You're always studying. The other girls are out dancing, and they invited you. Go with them, have some fun." "Mom, what's there to see at those dances?" Anna would reply, "I've got work to do. Go, just go. Dance, meet people, give her brain a break," her mom insisted. Finally, Anna gave in. She got ready, put on some eyeliner, and picked out her prettiest dress and high heels, which she tucked into a bag to change into later. Small-town roads were rough, and she didn't want to ruin her shoes. At the dance hall, she'd swap them out. Her friends were thrilled that Anna was finally joining them, chattering the whole way about the latest gossip. Anna learned all sorts of new details about her old classmates, including Alex. "You know how many girls he's charmed?" one friend whispered. "He made all these promises to my cousin, then ditched her so fast you'd think his shoes were on fire. I had to comfort her for weeks. She cried buckets." "Be careful, Anna," another friend warned. "We don't want to be picking up the pieces of your broken heart, too." "Guys, come on." Anna laughed, brushing them off. "I don't have time for romance. I need to get my degree first, then I'll think about finding the one." "Don't jinx it," her friends teased. "You never know what fate's got in store." And fate, it turned out, had other plans. The dance hall was packed, like the whole county had shown up. The small venue couldn't hold everyone, so some danced outside. Anna's friends dragged her inside, right up near the stage, but soon they were whisked away by some vaguely familiar guys. Anna shuffled awkwardly, trying to find the rhythm, glancing around for her friends but coming up empty. The music was so loud it started to hurt her ears. Feeling out of place, she apologized to her friends and stepped outside for some air. Leaning against a tree, she took a deep breath, finally feeling calm. But her peace didn't last long. "Why's a pretty girl like you out here alone? Someone break your heart." Alex appeared out of nowhere, standing right in front of her. It was clear why so many girls fell for him. He had a certain charm, no question. Most guys might have backed off at Anna's cool response, but not Alex. Ignoring her standoffishness, he grinned wider, adjusting his shirt collar. "If you're tired, let me walk you home. Can't have you wandering around alone at night. Someone might steal you away." And so it began. Alex started walking her home every evening. They talked the whole way, and Anna was surprised to find she actually enjoyed his company. His jokes were kind and funny, his words sweet, his kisses warm. He even showed up at her college graduation in the city, bringing a beautiful bouquet of peonies and proposing. Blushing, Anna nodded yes. Her heart had made up its mind. She was in love with this charmer. Her mom just sighed and gave up arguing. No matter how much she warned Anna, her daughter wouldn't listen. She only had one thing to say to her future son-in-law: "Hurt my girl, and I'll have your head, Alex. I'll find you no matter where you hide." Alex laughed off the threat. "Don't worry, Linda, I'd never hurt her. You have my word." He threw himself into wedding preparations, doting on Anna like she was the only thing that mattered. The wedding was a blast, filled with joy and lasting well into the night. The newlyweds were showered with gifts. "You guys were so wrong about Alex," Anna told her friends later. "He's not like that at all." "Really?" they said, surprised. "Yup, he got a job, and he's even happy I'm working," Anna beamed. She'd landed a job at the local veterinary clinic, a big deal in a small town where everyone had cows, pigs, cats, and loyal dogs. There was no shortage of work, and Anna and Alex were happy together. The rumors about him seemed to vanish. He became the picture of a perfect husband. Sure, Alex came home a little tipsy now and then, but he didn't drink often. Anna would laugh it off, telling her friends funny stories about how he'd turn into a hopeless romantic after a few drinks, showering her with compliments and hugs. "You should see him, girls," she'd say. "You'd be jealous. Your guys just pass out or go sing with their buddies when they drink." A couple of times, after a few too many, Alex showed up with flowers, only to get an earful from the neighbors for raiding their flower beds. He'd just grin and say, "I'd never mess up Anna's garden. She works too hard on it." Anna's tears were rare and only came from happiness. When Alex proposed, at their wedding, when everyone shouted kiss, and when she told him they were expecting a baby. Alex nearly cried himself when he heard the news. "Anna, my love, I'm so happy," he said, scooping her up and spinning her around. "I'm going to do so much for our kid. They're going to have the best life." True to his word, Alex got to work. He hung a swing in the yard, built a crib with his own hands, and carved little wooden toys, birds, dogs, cats. Anna had no idea he was so handy. When she came home from the hospital, Alex picked her up in a suit, driving a car he'd bought himself. "Where'd you get this?" Anna asked, genuinely shocked as she settled into the front seat with their newborn. "Bought it," Alex said proudly, "so my beautiful wife doesn't have to walk those bumpy roads." After their son was born, Alex was like a new man. He quit drinking entirely, helped with the baby, played with him, told him stories, and took care of chores, feeding the chickens, milking the cow, whatever needed doing. Anna's mom couldn't believe it. "Alex, I thought you'd be a lousy husband, that you'd hurt my Anna," she admitted. "But you've proved me wrong." "What, Linda? I told you I'd take care of her like she's my everything," Alex replied with a grin. They baptized their son in the local church. Anna waited outside while Alex and his best friend, Steve, handled things inside. They'd chosen close friends as godparents: Steve, Alex's childhood buddy, and Marina, and his old school friend she'd always kept in touch with. When their son turned 1, Anna started noticing something off about Alex. She discreetly asked his friends if he was drinking again. "Not a drop since the kid was born," they said. But something had changed. Alex, usually so easygoing, started snapping, disappearing without a word, and refusing to help around the house. It was like he'd become a stranger. Anna tried to be patient. "What's going on? Trouble at work?" she'd ask. "Everything's fine," he'd snap back, brushing her off. One evening was particularly great. Everyone was playing with the baby, laughing, and Anna was happily serving dishes she'd cooked with love. But when she went to grab some water, she overheard Alex and Steve talking in the next room. "Why do you put up with Anna like she's some princess?" Steve said, "She's nothing special, man. I've told you before, you gotta be tougher with women. A firm hand, that's what they need. You treat her like a kid, and now she's got you wrapped around her finger. You're acting like a pushover, Alex. It's embarrassing. Look at my wife. She doesn't dare talk back because I don't let her. That's how it's done." Anna froze behind the door. She knew Steve's wife, a city girl who had him on a short leash, though she played the quiet, obedient type in public. Then Alex spoke, and her heart sank. "Don't worry, Steve. My wife's under control. I let her feel like she's in charge sometimes, but I'm the one calling the shots." Anna's face burned with anger, tears stinging her eyes. She stormed out of the kitchen, thinking, I'll show him. He'll see what happens when he listens to idiots like Steve, The night passed in a blur, and at dawn, Anna started packing. Not her things, but Alex's. She even packed a small bag for their son. Alex walked in, confused. "What's this?" "You know, Alex," Anna began, her voice steady. "I don't think you need me anymore. You're complaining to Steve about me, acting like I'm a burden. You've gone cold, like I'm a stranger. You think you're keeping me in line? Well, I'm not the kind of woman you can change. I thought we'd spend our lives together, but I guess I was wrong. Steve doesn't respect me, and his words mean more to you than I do. But what did our son do to deserve this?" She looked him in the eyes. "He loves his daddy, so I'll leave him with you. I'm going back to work. I'll send child support, and I'll take him sometimes. I'm sorry, but I don't have a choice." My mom's got a new boyfriend, so there's no room for me there. You can go to your parents or crash with Steve. He'd love that. She handed him the suitcases. I called your mom and explained. She's not mad at me. She gets it. Thank her for that. Alex was speechless, staring at the suitcases at his feet. His life flashed before his eyes. Anna, Steve's been calling me a pushover for a while. I said that stuff to shut him up, to prove I'm not weak. I didn't mean it. He dropped to his knees. Please forgive me. I don't want to lose our family. Anna's icy heart softened just a bit. Fine, Alex. One last chance. One more screw-up, and you won't even see our son. Got it. Got it. Alex nodded, desperate. A few days later at work, Steve approached him. Still running around after your wife like some servant? Her threats scare you that much? Man up, Alex. Slam your fist on the table. You're the man of the house. Alex glared at him. A real friend wouldn't talk like that, Steve. You're trying to ruin my marriage. On his way home with his paycheck, Alex stopped to buy a bouquet of flowers, a cake, and a box of chocolates. Anna was a sucker for sweets and loved peonies. Why not surprise his favorite person? Thank you for listening to the story until the end. Subscribe to the channel and share this video with your friends and loved ones. It motivates us to keep working on new stories every day. Don't miss the next amazing story that's about to appear on your screen. We're very grateful to have you with us. See you soon. Emily hurried home, her heart racing with excitement. She had just picked up photographs from the photo studio, snapshots from the beach vacation she and her husband, James, had taken together. Emily had been looking forward to this trip for an entire year, and as it turned out, it was worth the wait. The hotel where they stayed was absolutely stunning, and she couldn't resist capturing every moment on film. Though James wasn't thrilled about her constant picture-taking, grumbling, "Why do you need so many photos? A couple should be enough." Emily had a completely different view. She wanted to create a keepsake photo album, something they could look back on years later to relive those memories. "Wow, what's this all about?" she murmured thoughtfully as she sifted through the stack of photos. Something strange caught her eye. In nearly every picture, no matter where it was taken, the same tall male figure appeared in the background. Sometimes he stood half-turned from the camera, other times lurking in the shadows. There he was, picking fruit at a street market stall, while Emily photographed the pier, or hiding under the thatched roof of a small cafe's open veranda, while new friends snapped a picture of her and James. The oddest part? His face was never clearly visible. It's like he knew he might be seen. Emily whispered to herself, shaking her head. At 32 years old, Emily found the situation deeply unsettling. A chill ran through her as she carefully reviewed the vacation photos again. "Oh my God, he's in almost every one," she gasped, her hands trembling as she quickly gathered the photos into a thick stack and stuffed them back into the envelope from the studio. The thought that someone might have been following them was too disturbing to entertain. Why? What would he want? No matter how hard she racked her brain, she couldn't recall anyone among their acquaintances who even remotely resembled this mysterious stranger. The next day at work, Emily couldn't shake the unease. She was a midwife at a maternity hospital, assisting mothers and their newborns through childbirth. Her job wasn't the most glamorous in the hospital, but it carried significant responsibility. It demanded constant focus and attention, but the vacation photo mystery made everything slip through her fingers. Lately, work had been tough enough. Emily adored children and genuinely loved helping her patients become mothers. But in nearly 5 years of marriage, she hadn't been blessed with a child of her own. The worst part? Medical tests showed both she and James were perfectly healthy. yet they remained childless. That day, unable to concentrate, Emily had to ask her supervisor to leave early. That evening, she showed James the photos. "Oh, come on, Emily," he said dismissively. "You're blowing this out of proportion, as usual." "No, James, look," she insisted, trying to make him see. "He's in almost every photo, and it's like he's always watching us. If it was just a coincidence, why would he hide his face?" For a moment, she thought she saw a flicker of worry in James's eyes as he glanced at a couple of photos where the stranger appeared just a few feet away. How could they not have noticed him? But just as quickly, James's mood shifted to boredom. "Nah, you're overthinking it," he said with finality. "Could be another guest at the hotel. Tourists follow the same routes, you know. We were there, so was he. No big deal." Emily realized there was no convincing him. James thought she was being ridiculous and distracting him from work. "Sweetie, I've got a huge order at the factory," he said, exasperated. "My head's already full, and now you're going on about some imaginary stalker. Just drop it before you start getting paranoid." James was the head engineer at a factory, ensuring the smooth operation of high-tech equipment. He often stayed late or worked extra night shifts to check machinery and software. "What if I email the hotel?" Emily suggested. "If I send them these photos, maybe they can tell me if this guy was a guest." James groaned loudly and buried his head under a pillow. "This is unbearable," he snapped, sitting up abruptly. "Thanks for ruining my night's sleep." Grabbing a spare blanket, he shot her an irritated look and stormed off to the living room. What did I do wrong? Emily wondered, fighting back tears of frustration. "I'm just trying to keep us safe." The next morning, James left without a word, skipping their usual morning coffee together. Guilt gnawed at Emily for keeping him up with her crazy theories, but she couldn't shake the feeling that the man in the photos had been deliberately tailing them. That day, Emily had a night shift, so she decided to visit her mother-in-law, Ellen, in the morning. They had spoken the day before, and Ellen was thrilled to hear the vacation photos were ready and eager to see them. Emily hoped Ellen might recognize the man in the pictures, but after carefully examining them, Ellen just shrugged. "Sorry, Emily, I don't know him," she said. Then, squinting, she added, "It could be one of James's old buddies from back in the day." "Back in the day?" Emily asked, confused. Ellen nodded. "I raised James alone. His father died young, leaving us to fend for ourselves." She sighed heavily. "I worked long hours, and James was often left to his own devices. He was a tough kid, lied a lot, even got mixed up with a bad crowd. Those boys nearly got him thrown in jail, but thankfully, it didn't come to that." Ellen explained that James and his friends were almost arrested for planning to rob an electronics warehouse. At the last moment, James escaped and later testified against his friends, vowing to his mother never to get involved in anything like that again. "James never told me about this," Emily said, stunned. "Of course not," Ellen replied with a wry smile. "He was only 15. Not exactly something to brag about. Maybe this guy in the photos is one of those old friends." Emily frowned, skeptical. James was just a kid back then, and he's changed so much since. Could someone really recognize him now? Still, she couldn't help wondering if this was the only secret James was keeping. Ellen shrugged. Maybe he mistook James for someone else. Or it's just a coincidence. Thanking Ellen and saying goodbye, Emily headed to work, disappointed she hadn't learned anything new. At the hospital, she faced an unpleasant surprise. The department head, Benjamin, called her into his office, claiming she'd made a mistake with a patient and needed a disciplinary talk. Emily was certain she'd done nothing wrong. She suspected Benjamin, who had recently been promoted and started making inappropriate advances, was using this as an excuse to get close to her. "I've made it clear I'm not interested in any kind of relationship," Emily said firmly, repeating herself for the 100th time. But Benjamin locked the office door and leered at her with a smug grin. Come on, Emily. You know you can't avoid this forever, he said. We're both married, so what? People cheat every day. Not me. Emily shot back, staring him down. I'm loyal to my husband and always will be. Benjamin's smile faded, replaced by irritation. You think you're special, he sneered. Playing hard to get won't get you a promotion. I'll wait, but mark my words, I always get what I want. If you don't play nice, I'll make sure you regret it. Speechless with fear and anger, Emily demanded to be let out and fled to a break room, where she spent half an hour calming herself before returning to work. The humiliation was unbearable, and she had no one to confide in, fearing gossip would spread through the hospital. What did I do to deserve this? She whispered, covering her face. A few days later, a tragedy struck the hospital. A young woman died during a complicated delivery of triplets. Despite the surgeon, Michael, doing everything possible, he couldn't stop the severe bleeding. Emily, who assisted in the operation, was devastated. The police launched an investigation, naming Michael and Emily as key figures. Both were suspended indefinitely pending a review, and they had a sinking feeling this wouldn't end well. The deceased woman's husband, Nicholas, fueled the fire. Grief-stricken, he vowed to destroy Emily and Michael, taking his story to the press and appearing on talk shows to denounce their unprofessional actions. How am I supposed to go on without my Clara? He sobbed on live TV. These aren't doctors. They're monsters in white coats. They should be locked up. Emily felt a chill listening to his words. She sympathized with Nicholas, a single father with 3 newborns, but she and Michael had followed protocol to the letter. There was nothing more they could have done. To make matters worse, Benjamin cornered her in a hallway. Feeling the heat, Emily, he taunted, you're suspended for 3 weeks. What's next? How will you prove you didn't cause that woman's death? Struggling to escape his grasp, Emily snapped, Stop it. I'll clear my name, and so will Michael. We have nothing to hide. Benjamin smirked. Play the proud hero if you want, but I can make this go away faster if you stop being so stubborn. His suggestive gaze made her feel sick. Never, she spat. You'll regret this, he warned, his voice dripping with confidence. Leaving the hospital, Emily noticed Nicholas sitting on a bench in the courtyard, swaying. At first, she thought he was ill, but then she saw the liquor bottle beside him. Nicholas, why are you here like this? She asked sternly. Where are your kids? He looked up with bleary eyes, mumbling, They're fine. Neighbors watching them while I wait for your boss. Realizing he meant the chief physician, Emily urged him to go home to his children. They need you, she said. You can't let them down. Suddenly, Nicholas recognized her. It's you, he slurred, lunging with the bottle but collapsing onto the grass. Clara, my Clara, he sobbed. With difficulty, Emily convinced him to go home, though he muttered threats about suing them all. As she walked away, she couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to Clara's death. Nicholas's drinking didn't seem like a spontaneous reaction to grief. She'd noticed his trembling hands and slurred speech even during TV interviews. Days later, Emily began to feel like the man from the photos was following her again. She thought it was paranoia at first, but she swore she saw him trailing her in a park and later near her home. When she told James, he was dismissive. This is too much, he said, exasperated. Focus on fixing your work mess instead of playing spy. The whole city's talking about you and that surgeon. He pointed to a TV report about the hospital scandal. I'm serious, James, Emily pleaded. It was him, and he might be watching us now. But James shook his head. You can't even see his face in those photos. How do you know it's the same guy? Stop this nonsense. Feeling unsupported, Emily noticed James growing more distant. For the first time, she regretted taking so many photos during their vacation. To distract herself, she teamed up with Michael to check on Nicholas's triplets. Michael suspected Nicholas wasn't the grieving widower he portrayed. After talking to Clara's relatives, they learned she had a lifelong blood clotting disorder, a critical detail neither she nor Nicholas disclosed during her pregnancy. "If we'd known, we might have saved her," Michael said. "But why didn't our lab catch this?" Determined to investigate, they drove to Nicholas's rundown apartment. Michael spoke with neighbors, who revealed Nicholas was a volatile alcoholic who frequently yelled at Clara. "Poor Clara," Emily said, horrified. How did she carry triplets to term in that environment? A neighbor was temporarily caring for the babies, but the situation was dire. Emily and Michael confronted Nicholas, warning him that his drinking and neglect could cost him his parental rights. Faced with the threat of jail for past domestic abuse, Nicholas agreed to drop his lawsuit against the hospital and issue a public apology. But Emily doubted he could stay sober long enough to be a proper father. With the lawsuit resolved, Emily and Michael celebrated quietly at a cafe, growing closer as they talked. She began to see Michael's depth and kindness, qualities she hadn't noticed before. Meanwhile, the mysterious man continued to haunt her. She confided in Michael, who took her seriously and connected her with a friend, Alex, a former photographer turned private investigator. Alex uncovered shocking news. The man in the photos wasn't just some stranger. He was linked to Ellen. "Your mother-in-law met him at a diner recently," Alex said. "They were arguing, but I couldn't hear what about." Ellen left looking upset, like she'd heard bad news. He leaned in. "This guy's careful, like he's trained in surveillance. Maybe even ex-law enforcement." Emily's heart sank. Why would Ellen lie about knowing him? Was James involved? Confronting Ellen, Emily showed her photos of the diner meeting. Ellen sighed heavily. "James doesn't know," she said. "This man, Constantine, is my older son from my first marriage." Emily was stunned. "You had another son and never told anyone?" Ellen explained that Constantine knew about James and had been following Emily to get to him. Years ago, James's testimony sent Constantine to prison for their teenage crime. Recently released, Constantine was seeking revenge. Ellen had met him to dissuade him, even offering to pay him off to leave James alone. Emily was reeling. "Why didn't you go to the police?" she asked. Ellen admitted she felt guilty for never reconciling her sons and hoped to resolve things herself. But Alex's later findings were even more shocking. The man wasn't Constantine. The real Constantine had died in prison a year ago. The imposter, a dangerous criminal named Victor, had stolen Constantine's identity to extort Ellen. Emily and Michael reported this to the police, and Ellen was devastated to learn her son was dead and she'd nearly been scammed. Amid these revelations, Emily discovered a hidden gift box in their sofa during a cleaning session, containing diamond snowflake earrings, her favorite design. Thinking it was a surprise for their 5th anniversary, she was heartbroken when James canceled their plans, claiming a work emergency. Suspicious, she visited his factory, only to learn he'd left hours earlier with a co-worker, Veronica. At a restaurant, Emily found them together, Veronica wearing the earrings. Furious, she dumped a pitcher of water on them and declared she was filing for divorce. Back at the hospital, Benjamin tried to exploit her vulnerability, cornering her in a break room. But Emily was done being a victim. She recorded his harassment and took it to the chief physician, who fired Benjamin on the spot. With her professional reputation restored and her divorce underway, Emily grew closer to Michael. They began dating, and together they checked on Nicholas's triplets, finding him still drunk and neglectful. Determined to save the children, they filed for Nicholas's parental rights to be revoked and, after a quick marriage, gained custody of the triplets. 6 months later, Emily and Michael celebrated their wedding with a joyful banquet, surrounded by friends and their new family, Timothy Anna and Elise. Despite the pain of her past, Emily had found love, purpose, and a family to call her own. Thank you for listening to the story until the end. Subscribe to the channel and share this video with your friends and loved ones. It motivates us to keep working on new stories every day. Don't miss the next amazing story that's about to appear on your screen. We're very grateful to have you with us. See you soon.